And that's why we had to get rid of Frax.
I am gone.
Shame.
Oh, really?
Oh, we're live. Hi, folks.
Oh,
Welcome. Welcome to the ATH Nerdcast, episode 9, Tools of the Trade. Thank you guys so much for being patient. Good to see you guys again. Uh, just working on a couple of technical issues from one of our members who should be back soon. But we are excited to get back into it. How's everybody doing today? Everybody enjoying their day? We even found a random Melkor. We kind of pieced them back together. We made them better, faster, stronger.
I am the bionic robot.
Yeah.
introduce cup holders. Then we realized that was what hands are for, so now he's got extra, I guess.
Now he can use his
Hey.
hands to hold the sandwich while he has the cup.
I'd say
Exactly.
I have seat warmers, but I don't know where the seat is.
Also, we added an aux cable.
That one's good though.
Yeah, no, right?
That's true. And a charging port that's adaptable all the different chargers. So,
Actually.
but welcome. We gonna kind of go back into today's topic once we get through our normal sections of essentially talking about tools of the trade, some of the things we've done. We've already gone through creating characters, the lore, the session 1, the session zeros, all that. Now we're kind of like the retention, what keeps us going, what keeps things running, what do we use to kind of keep things organized, that sort of thing. And we'll get to that later down. So sit tight for that. We also got a couple of really exciting announcements. So I will kind of give that a little bit of time. So I'll tease it, but you'll wait till we have a little bit more time for that. But it's exciting announcements. But to start off, we're just gonna do as our normal. So our first section is always a kind of a monthly recap, just kind of going over some of the interesting things that happened during the month in terms of nerd culture, gaming, anything, in general. If anyone would like to volunteer to start, if not, I'll just pick something and we'll just kind of go from there. So I don't know, Zan, Frax, Score, you guys got anything you want to address right off the bat? Or
Uh,
because I could start with one that I kind of wanted to bring up. That's actually kind of a little bit was scary, but also wholesome.
all right.
Or at least good. How many of you guys here have played Bethesda games?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We have had um, a lot of games, and they're known for, of course, obviously the game, the world, and all that. But one of the big things they're known for is obviously the memorable characters. One of those characters is Frax. You should really enjoy this character. Is
Have you heard of him?
Sheogorath?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one is legendary.
Sheogorath, which I do have on my my little bod going up. So the voice actor for Sheogorath, as well as a lot of characters, Wes Johnson, he was found near death on the floor on his hotel floor.
Jesus.
I believe his wife, or I forget what it was, someone called, which then called, and he wasn't responding. Then they got his son to go check. And basically what ended up happening was that he was in a coma, and there was um,
Shit.
like people were really like scared because like he was near death in a coma, and people didn't know he was going to survive or not. Thankfully, um, he was actually able to be given medical aid. He was hospitalized in an intensive care unit in I believe it was in Atlanta because he was there for a benefit, like he was going to, I think he was going to host a benefit for the National Alzheimer's Association. But he was brought to the intensive care unit, and then he was in an induced coma, but he actually recovered, I believe, yesterday. And he kind of,
That's good to
yeah,
hear.
yeah, and he sent out a message to fans saying that he really appreciates the love and support. They even had if I'm not mistaken, they had I think it was a GoFundMe account that raised almost $175,000 um, for him and his family and all that. Because again, there's a lot of support people wanted to kind of hand him. So it was really nice to see, that people really appreciated the work he's done, and it's also nice to see that he pulled through. So it was a scary situation, but we did not lose. Uh, Also, one second.
One. No?
Okay, that second is over. So anyway, but yeah. So yeah, it's good to see that he pulled through. I know earlier when we did a lot of uh the podcast early in the year last year, we had a lot of voice actors and a lot of people pass away. So it's nice to hear someone kind of pull through. And it's scary. It just kind of reminds you that just keep your loved one close and make sure you uh, you know tell them that you care about them, and you never know. So, but hopefully he will come back through, recover, and continue doing what he's done, which is being a fantastic voice actor and playing 20 characters in Bethesda games because they usually have 100 characters and there's like 3 voice actors. So, but we love him for it. It's that
Yeah,
jig that makes it fun.
Ishio Gorat is unique though. That's one. He might voice a lot of extras, but whenever
Yeah.
he speaks Ishio Gorat, you know that there's more behind there. There's a method to the madness, which is quite literally because Ishio Gorat is completely insane. But
Mhm.
the way he brings it makes it really believable while also making you think: is he truly completely gone, or is there something behind it? It's kind of Joker like, but more actual insane, like completely
Mhm.
batshit. And not a criminal, just a chaotic near deity level character
Yeah.
that likes cheese.
Yeah. It's he's a fun character. So, and of course, yeah, liking cheese is a benefit. Obviously,
Absolutely.
Of course, that's the one character trait Frax mentioned.
I feel like there's a slight bias there.
there's a little
Well,
bit of a bias.
listen, I don't want to say that I played with the Skyrim mods that gives you a cheesify shout that is voice, like they took the voice for it from Cheogorat. So you just go cheese for everyone and you turn people into cheese. I'm not saying I with that, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying actually.
The fact that something like that normally for any other game, I'm like, there's no way they made a mod for that. But for me, it's like, oh, that's kind of a basic mod. Of course, they have that.
Oh
That
yeah,
shows you. That
for
shows you.
Skyrim, that's Tuesday.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's some good news. I figured I'd want to share that because, like I said, I know a lot of us and I have played the Elder Scrolls games, so I figured, hey,
Mhm.
why not? And good on that. Some good news for that. So, uh, all right. So, I know there's been some uh, news regarding, I believe, uh, I think the name of the game was it Multiverse. I want to,
Oh, Multiversus.
yeah, yeah,
The
multi.
I believe it was a DC Hero Fighter. Not really, not like Marvel Rivals Hero Fighter, but like heroes fighting. Yeah.
Yeah, get
I don't know much about it personally. I just know what kind of happens. Like, yeah, they're shutting down.
Yeah, hold on. I'll just boom, boom. I swapped it up for multiverse. So multiverse is kind of like the I mean, if anyone's ever played what's the Nintendo one? Smash, right?
Hmm?
Is it
Yeah.
Oh
Smash?
yeah.
Smash
It
Bros.
was like
Yeah.
yeah, it was like
Yes,
yeah, it was like the DC Warner Brothers version of it. Um, so they wanted to kind of like, hey, like we're gonna make a game that's like that. They have some interesting characters. They've had obviously the DC characters. They have some characters from shows that are associated with Warner Brothers and whatnot. And they're just kind of shutting down. So that's a game that just I guess didn't really make the cut. Which, unfortunate. It was kind of fun. I played it a little bit on with some friends in person. Like we had like a kind of like a house party and we all like played it and whatever. It didn't feel anything special, but it was nice to see like different characters and whatnot. So I figured I'd bring it up just because there's games shutting down. It's one of the caveats of it's a live service game type of thing because now you can't. I believe you can still play offline and play against AI and all that, but it won't be
Yeah.
available for purchase. So
Yeah, the season they're releasing next, season 5, is the last one, and after that they are putting in a patch to make it playable offline, but it does take away a lot of the main features of the game.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
if they shut down service, there's not really another way to play. I'm glad that they are actually making it offline in the first place because a lot of other games shut down just like that, and then you kind of shit out of luck. Or it's up to the community to start providing
Like Titanfall
servers.
2.
yeah, again, that's the danger of like a live service game. Like it's cool when it's working and they're supporting it, but then all these games that we enjoy that are live service, like Helldivers, like Helldiver, like what about 20 years down the line? Are we still going to be playing Helldivers? I'm sure by then there's probably going to be a different game, but it's kind of like what'll
Yeah,
happen.
they actually talked a little bit about that recently. Just
Oh,
on a
go for it.
side note, they don't intend to make Helldivers 3, is what they're saying. They're going to support Helldivers 2 for a really long time. If they're making a 3, it's an updated 2.
Oh, okay.
Basically what the CEO, I believe, said. But yeah, that's here and there.
All right, that's cool. Like,
It's been a really long
I
time in the game industry, is around like 12 years, give or take. So
mhm.
Yeah, and in that time, we've already had a lot of game
Yep.
closures. Like one of the games that I really liked a lot, Age of Empires 2, was the quote-unquote victim of that. Because when Ensemble Studios, the original developers, were disbanded, they took down the multiplayer servers, and that was that. There was no replacement. Of course, it did have
Mhm.
offline skirmish and offline campaigns, so it wasn't like you couldn't play it at all. But the multiplayer was gone, and in those days, what happened then was that people used stuff like Game Ranger, which was a service that basically emulated the official multiplayer and still allowed people to connect over the internet. With some quirks and difficulties, but it worked. So yeah, maybe even if games shut down without patches, maybe the community will find a way. Like even for multiverses, it does get a patch, but maybe they'll find a way to make it playable online again.
Yeah, I mean, if there's like a community that's uh wanting to continue to play it or whatnot, or we'll see it. Well, definitely because of the offline, there are going to be probably people that still do like in-house tournaments of the game or whatnot. Because you still see people playing really obscure old titles for some of that. It's obviously not going to be mainstream, not going to be on like Evo or anything like that. But still, people. Again, a Smash game. I mean, Smash is a phenomenon, lightning in a bottle, in my opinion. So to capture that again is kind of difficult. Um, I mean, because there's a lot of games that do it, and they're like, oh, they're good, but they're not Smash, or they're always going to be compared to it. So, um, I got another thing. that I also wanted to talk about. This is more of a personal, like, oh, uh, they let him cook. Has anyone heard about Astartes 2?
I've been told about it, but I haven't watched the teaser yet.
Yeah, same.
He, oh, go ahead.
No, just same. I heard about that it's a thing.
Yeah. From what I've heard,
Let's start.
yeah, the person behind Astartes 1, which is a fan animation that's set in the 40K universe, which essentially just kind of shows space marines being space marines, and just doing their kind of service to the emperor. Um, it's getting a sequel, or they're just basically letting the dude that made the first one go wild for his next project. I
Come out of the
believe.
basement.
Yeah, I believe because they did the first. He did the first one, and then Games Workshop, with all the stuff that was going on, kind of like, I don't know if they told him to stop or they made it like he wasn't going to be able to do any more. They've kind of doubled down on, or not
Uh,
doubled down. They kind of reverted on that or something. I'm not 100% on that.
So what was happening there is they were utilizing his services. He because they did hire him, and they did use him. They just sent him to other places to work and
Okay.
be um, while while he was working on Space Marine 2. So he worked on things like the trailer for Chaos Gate Damon Hammer, the game, which is where you play as a bunch of Grey Knights,
Mm,
basically psychically powered Astartes running around, fighting off demons. Um, and then he worked on the Amazon secret level episode.
oh,
Um,
he did.
Explains the
Okay.
quality.
That makes a lot of sense.
yeah, actually, the fight scene. Yeah, that fight scene was like he did a lot of he did a lot of layout and stuff like that, and then I think he also helped with some of the animation and direction for that. He ended up directing another. He ended up being a director for another short for them, and then he obviously is working on Space Marine 2. Um, and then he just redid his channel, and he's actually like put out there what he's involved with,
Nice.
because for a while it was just the Astartes channel, and now I think it's called Bones something. Let me see if I can find it.
All I know is that that's
uh
hella talented to basically just do this and then get hired and be a director and all that. So
yeah.
Absolutely.
It has happened before.
Yeah.
I think I told that story, didn't I? It was a similar story. There was a person who did stupid Flash animations for the original Monkey Island trilogy,
hmm
and he basically back in the day got a cease and desist from Lucas because they had all the rights to that. So he just scribbled out all the names really shoddily and removed the names, so it wasn't copyright infringement anymore. And
Mm.
when Telltale got the license for their, I think it was the fifth Monkey Island game, the Tales of Monkey Island,
Yeah.
they went, "Hey, do you want to make trailers for our episodes?" They straight up went to the person that did these Flash videos, and they did basically teaser trailers for the episodes. So they got hired by the IP they made fan content for, which is cool
Oh, that's cool.
because
Yeah.
yeah, utilize talented people that like your stuff, artsy stuff.
Not yes.
Indeed. It is. So yeah, that's always cool to
Uh,
see because it's like passion. Oh, go ahead, Sam, or no?
Yeah. So his thing is called Digital Bones. He redid his YouTube channel, and has rebranded himself as Digital Bones. And there's gonna apparently they're gonna be putting out more shorts that they're doing independently as well. As
Okay.
also working on Astartes 2 and stuff like that. And let's see, he has a list of things that he was involved with. Yeah, so basically everything I just said, and then his own personal IPs that he's worked on. And then he worked on a project called Project Valhalla,
Okay.
which he helped with someone else.
Oh, okay.
And then he was the director for a thing called Huxley.
That's awesome. Yeah, this dude is mega talented. I mean, just you can see just the amount of like detail and just it's really cool. And
I mean,
the
you
subtle.
can count the. Oh,
Hmm?
sorry.
I was gonna say the
I was
subtle
just gonna say,
the subtle things that a lot of animators miss, like in the Astartes, in the beginning of the Astartes when they're walking down the hallway, just the
Mhm.
position of the camera, the fact that you see normal humans walking like as they walk by the normal humans to kind of show the scale and like the imposing presence of a space marine, that which often gets overlooked and like whatever for most people because they're just like, oh, they're just like heavily armored like humans. So like these dudes are like genetically like perfected superhumans. So like those little subtle things show you that there's a lot of care in the cinematography, and I like that.
yeah. I mean, there's also like, and there's later on in the Astartes thing, there is a point where you're able to see like the individual thread count in like an Inquisitor's robe. It's
Whoa,
nuts.
that's crazy. So yeah, definitely that's cool to see. I believe Warhammer 40K and just in general has been catching a bunch of W's recently with Space Marine 2 has been a fantastic game. They've had a really
Oh yeah, it's
cool,
fantastic. Free updates too.
yeah. So a lot of multiple game modes, like a campaign that can play single player, but it's also really well designed for co-op. Or as Cora, as you mentioned, probably designed co-op first in mind, which is fantastic, which is cool. So
As someone who has played the campaign single player, the antenna mission where you have to like roll up
Oh,
something
I
for
know.
10 straight seconds
Ex-
and have to pray that the bots keep the terminals off you.
yeah.
I was hankering for a human ally that actually knew what they were doing. So yeah, I think it was designed for multiplayer.
Same.
But yeah, which is great. I'm a really big fan of co-op games.
yeah.
So
So
yeah,
is this a wild Jordan?
it is.
Jordan!
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hey, we were killing time because we heard that you had a little bit of technical issues.
I dropped my phone in a snowbank while returning bottles.
Oof. Well, you're here now, so that's good.
Yes,
Yes.
How's your phone?
it works. That extra OtterBox casing for like $60.
Hey, it did
Waterproof.
something
Hey.
amazing. So we were just kind of going over the normal monthly things. I mentioned the voice actor Wes Johnson. We talked about Astartes too. So
Did you mention Wayne June passed?
yeah, oh yes, Wayne June did pass, which is the voice actor for Darkest Dungeon, the narrator, the was it the Ancestor?
Yes, he also did. Before that, he had quite a large career doing audiobooks, mainly Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft.
Mm-hmm. So yep. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so he passed away, and I know
Uh-huh.
Darkest Dungeon 2 just came out with a large like new game mode for the second one. So there was a lot of announcements for that, and then he ended up passing. Um so it's, it's always, again, it was good to see Wes survive, but Wade June dying, that's just a voice actor, which regardless of um I don't know Kim too well as outside of his voice acting roles, but in his voice acting roles, he's super iconic. The Darkest Dungeon lines, I mean, that's just real. That's just peak. That made that game.
It's
Is
so iconic
Yeah.
that it gets quoted by people
No,
who
really.
have no idea about Darkest Dungeon even.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, but that's unfortunate. But yeah. So, we're just going off for news. I'm just picking off some stuff that I had mentioned. Um, so Jordan, now that you're here, I'm going to put you on the spotlight. Is there any news related thing, something that's come out, something that's happened that you would like to bring up?
Not that I can think of right at the moment. I'm still kind of a little rushed, but yeah, I don't know anything off the top of my head, kind of news related at the current moment in time. Um, so yeah, other than that information that came to my attention basically yesterday.
Well, I have one more that I wanted to mention, and I thought this is more funny than it is new. For me, it's funny. We're going back to Baldur's Gate because it's our, Larian is
yeah.
amazing. Um, I
Larian
read it.
winning.
Oh my god! So the new patch that brings in like Blade Singer and all this extra class, people have been playing it, and apparently I read an article that there is, I don't know if it's a bug or a feature, but they turned one of the subclasses into like a god. The one of the articles I read, it was like it turns a mediocre subclass into an S tier war god of infinite thunder smites. And I'm like, what the heck? So
Oh my gosh.
apparently, they implemented. So they have Booming Blade uh now implemented, because I think I've played it modded, so I don't remember, but I don't think Booming Blade was in the game. Uh, am I correct,
No,
Frax?
no, it wasn't. Nor was Green Flame
Or,
Yeah,
Blade.
it's not in vanilla yet because it's a Xanatos spell, and they
Yeah.
try to keep as much as possible to PHB base
Ah.
subclass and features. Not entirely. There's a few that break the rule, but generally. And now the new patch they're doing is basically we're picking our favorites from the rest of the game and putting that in together with some choice spells. Like clerics getting Toll the Dead, so they're finally free from Sacred Flame.
Mhm.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw that they were bringing in like Blade Singer and the Hexblade, was it
Yes,
Hexblade or?
Hexblades.
Yeah, so they're bringing that in. I was like, okay, they're gonna have to bring like Blooming Blade and those kind of spells,
Yeah.
because I've played with those spells for the longest because I got a mod that immediately added those because those are great.
Yeah. Shout out to 5e spells mod.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Also, the Shadow Blade, low key one of the best spells in 5e for a Gish.
Oh yes, yes it is.
Yes.
Mm,
So the thing
yeah,
is,
better than a grade.
the thing is in the game. So normally, in 5e, when you use, I believe when you use Booming Blade, it uses your entire like action, and then of course,
Yes.
an Eldritch Knight can then they might have a thing where they use a cantrip, they can attack again or whatever. I know, for example, Blade Singer can. Not so much for right now in Baldur's Gate 3. It's just an attack, so they can Booming Blade and still get 3 extra other attacks on top of that. Or
They went for the. I believe they did something similar in the D&D 2024 version, that although you can't infinitely repeat it, but it doesn't interfere with your extra attack anymore for Eldritch Knights. So it costs Booming Blades, and then you got like the rest of your fighter attacks.
Mhm.
Yeah, they're probably adhering a little more to the new version of D&D for that, especially because some of the things in the new version are inspired by what they did for Baldur's Gate 3. And some of the things they're now doing for Baldur's Gate 3 might inspire the game back again. For
Mm.
example, their Wild Heart Barbarian subclass basically replaced the Totem Barbarian in the remaster. But also, there's a fair chance that their Hexblades is going to be the way that Hexblade is going to work in the TTRPG moving forwards.
Mm.
Because same as in the game, in the TTRPG, Warlocks now can get Pact of the Blade and gets charisma attacks using that. That used to be a Hexblade thing that you can attack with your weapon using charisma. Every Warlock can do it now, just like in Baldur's Gate 3. So Hexblade as a subclass is kind of defunct. But
Mm.
if Larian is making one with that taken into account, they might just port that back to the TTRPG, you know. And then both player bases are happy, or like the same. There's a large overlap. Something similar is actually already happening with Bladesinger Wizards because they're adding it to Baldur's Gate 3, but this also has been released in Unearthed Arcana for 5th edition, like the
Oh, okay.
refresh of Bladesinger.
Nice. Yeah, Bladesinger is my
Oh, wow.
favorite subclass in 5e.
Same.
So I'm looking forward to being able to play it in Baldur's Gate 3. So yeah, I'm already planning my playthrough for Baldur's Gate 3 to play.
Same.
So we're going back to the
I mean,
mines.
that's
Wait, no, they're not mines. We're going back to Baldur's Gate.
Bladesinger was my first ever character
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
playing one of those. So yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, you'll be happy to see the changes they're making to it then. Does
Yeah.
intelligence for attacks sound nice?
That is
Always
amazing.
had that.
No.
No, they needed like Dex or whatever.
Yeah.
So-
They need to use dexterity, but now they'll be allowed to use intelligence to attack with literally any one-handed martial weapon. Like the
Ooh,
limits on that got lifted as well, so you can use a longsword or like as long as it's one-handed martial, they're fine with it.
that's cool. On top of the fact that they already add intelligence to their AC, so it's this
they
while
keep
singing.
that.
So that's nice. It's a fun class. It's like, hey, you can do a lot of like martial things as well as you're still a full caster. So you're just like,
Yeah,
you know,
they focused in the refresh. They focused a little more on the you're still a full caster, which I like. Like the you no longer get light armor proficiency, so you need to use a spell for that, which I feel like is fair because you're a wizard.
mhm.
And then at level 14, the old effect
Mhm.
used to be like you add your intelligence to your melee attacks, which is powerful, but it's kind of bland. They replace that with whenever you cast a spell on your turn, you can use your bonus action to make an extra melee attack.
Ooh, nice.
So that incentivizes you a little more to use your spells, but also, like going back to the thing about Baldur's Gate, if you use Booming Blades, you can do that. Then you make your other attack as a Bladesinger Wizard because you have extra attack. And
Yep.
then a Booming Blade is still a spell that counts. You can make your bonus action attack. You can do 3 melee attacks.
That's cool. That's cool. But it's still like a higher level thing. So with that,
Oh
but
yeah,
it's
that's
like
14. That's 14. So if things start going a little wild, at 14, that might not even come up that often because that means that you got other cool spells like Steel Wind Strike. You know, the teleports
Oh
behind
yeah,
you, nothing personnel to 5 people at the same time.
yeah,
And
the
after
famous
that,
Gish spell.
you can do a bonus attack.
just because why
There's
not?
also another.
Oh god.
So there's also another spell in the game that basically allows you to basically just become a fighter for a little bit.
Yeah, that's his transformation. Does that.
Mm-hmm.
I
So
just really like the mental image of this wizard going, I cast Meteor Swarm, and like the sky comes crashing down, 4 huge meteors, and then it just stabs the guy next to him. Oh, by the way, Shank. I don't know.
I cast Meteor Swarm. I cast Fighter.
I
So-
cast Stab.
so we'll see if this stays or if this gets kind of adjusted because a lot of the playtesters are saying it's completely broken.
Balls
Be-
Gate, yeah, absolutely.
because you basically have a fighter that can basically cast infinite thunder smites without spell slots on top. So it's kind of like, well, and
Anything wrong with this?
I think that when someone said they didn't invest like one level in Warlock and they can be the party face as well. So it's kind of like, yeah.
Yeah, that might need some tweaks.
So it's kind of like, well, crap. But we'll see. I mean, again, no one's like upset about it. It's more funny. And again, it's a single player game. And, yeah, you can play it co-op, so it's not a huge fuss. If for it to be like that for now, we'll see what they end up doing. And like you said, it's also because of how relevant this game is to the entire like population of players and community. Like a lot of changes happen due to the game and vice versa. So what happens in the game, it's important to kind of take a peek, because who knows what'll happen. Who knows what changes will be made to the TTRPG because of it, or whatever, if they're going to adjust things. So that's cool to see. Speaking of TTRPG and video games, though, this one's really small. I'm not even going to bother too much with like videos or anything of it. Actually, you know what? But Owlcat has stated they're kind of cool with trying Pathfinder Second Edition. They wouldn't put it off their table, off the table. So Owlcat basically just kind of said, you know what, a PF2 game, we're not going to say no to that. We might consider it. So
That's nice to hear, because I'm really interested in that game.
For-
But the Pathfinder First Edition is kind of turning me away because I am not smart enough for Pathfinder First Edition. It's too much going on.
Well, it's
Second
not
edition,
even fully. It's not even fully Pathfinder 1 edition either. So it's like, even if you were familiar with that system, there's a lot of aspects to it that are not even brought over or
I
the
assume it's
same.
kind of like their own homebrew, like same with Baldur's Gate,
Yeah,
using
like
basically homebrew
Larian.
of Fifth
Exactly.
Edition. Because you need to adapt it for a video game, and you'll have to make changes.
Yeah.
I mean, I have it on the screen. Is basically what they said. Are there any plans for Pathfinder 3? Will Owlcat ever return to Pathfinder? What happens? Will it be PF2E? It's like, we love and remain in touch with our friends at Paizo, so we keep the idea in mind. But currently, all teams at our studio are occupied with other projects. In regards to an addition, nothing's set in stone, but we'd certainly be open to explore PF2E as an option. So that is super exciting for me, as basically Pathfinder Second Edition is my go-to game for TTRPGs. So I'm like, oh, and I see the potential of a video game for it because of how structured the game is with the 3-action economy and all that. So I think it would translate very well to a video game. I think it.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
It basically comes close to a 4x with 3 action points. So yeah.
Yeah, and it was very similar to Divinity Original Sin 2 with the action point.
Yeah, they use 4, but it's a similar idea.
So
they have free movements.
yeah, so but the thing is, personally, I think it Second Edition is easier to make a video game than Fifth Edition, in my opinion, because I think Fifth Edition with the bonus action and all the things that they had to do to kind of make it adjusted for the game was a lot more difficult. I think Fifth Edition was a fantastic choice for a game, but I think now that they've seen what can be done with that, I think adapting the Second Edition might be pretty easy. They might cut back maybe on the. No, actually, no. This is Owlcat. I was gonna say they might cut back on the decision paralysis and all the different feats, but then they have like a billion classes and
I
subclasses.
mean,
So
they
never mind.
did a Pathfinder 1 game.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
never mind. Never mind. If it was someone else, which there was another game that's being made that's more of like a miniature style game. If it was someone else, yeah. They did cut back on what you can pick and kind of have, so
Yeah, I'll be looking
but-
forward to that because their games are really good. It's really just the combat system, and I still expect that at some point people will mod Baldur's Gate 3 into a full Pathfinder game. I think it's inevitable. Might just take a while because all the big mods are now like in development since they released the mod tools last year. Takes a while to actually get those things off the ground, but there's a few people making entire custom campaigns at this point. I've seen screenshots of someone making the entire city of what's it called again? Alm, I think. The one from the Baldur's Gate 2 expansion.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That entire city is basically made already, and someone is making a campaign in it. It's not a straight conversion of Baldur's Gate 2. He wants it to be a new story. Well, yeah, it is. It is for all intents and purposes a giant expansion. So excited for that kind of thing.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at, for example, Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2. Also, I just got background footage of another game I want to talk about since we're talking about the CRPG games real quick. But Neverwinter Nights 1 and 2, like there's still full-on communities. People did full conversions. Neverwinter Nights 2, I believe, has someone remade the entire campaign of Baldur's Gate 1 into it, so you could play that campaign in the Neverwinter Nights 2 engine. So I mean, if that was being done then, I can only imagine what can be done if it's unleashed with Baldur's Gate 3. So and the game in the background is a trailer for Solasta 2. I remember Solasta 1. Solasta 1, people have made with their tools, which are probably a lot more limited than what is available for Baldur's Gate 3. People have made there's one campaign that we were playing that was essentially Diablo, the story of Diablo 1, and basically the enemies and everything of Diablo 1 in a turn-based game as a party. Like you go through each of the levels and you fight through some of the enemies, you get down, you fight the butcher, you have all the NPCs. Deckard Cain is telling me to stay a while and listen and everything. So it's like it's a thing. So but yeah, that's some of the news that I wanted to bring up. Did anyone else want to bring anything else or anything that comes up?
Yes, I do have the RuneScape situation. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
So this month the RuneScape community is on fire again. For reasons that have been building up for the past 10 years or so. Again. Because RuneScape kind of historically has an issue with monetization, excessive monetization. They started at a membership subscription that was like $8 a month, and they don't do paid expansions, so that was all you had to pay. It was a really nice price for the game. Over the years, it has steadily risen to now about $12 to $13 a month, which is getting close to what Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft are asking, but they still do paid expansions, so in practice, they're more expensive than that. Thing is, on top of that, the game has a loot box system. It used to have battle passes, but those got removed after they tried to massively make them pay to win, and the community was on fire then. Funny how that works. There's also a cosmetic store in the game, and there's a lot of real world money events that all have a unique currency, so you can never have one event that fuels into the next. So they're really and timed promotions. Forgot about those. So they're really doubling down on almost every single type of monetization that there is in gaming at the moment. But what they did this month was they sent out a survey to actually try to see if they could change the membership price some more because it has risen steadily, but they wanted to do something more drastic.
Mm-hmm.
And that came down to several options. One of them was you can actually have a slightly cheaper subscription, but you can only use the mobile clients, which is kind of weird because the PC client and the mobile client use the same server infrastructure that you play together. So the restriction on that is really just arbitrary. Another option they gave was to keep the current price, but you have to view advertisements.
Mhm.
So yeah, that would have been reason enough to get people up in arms because RuneScape is very quick to go up in arms, especially old school RuneScape community because they don't have most of the monetization. They want to keep it that way. And then the latter tiers they pulled were like steadily getting worse because at some point, like, the upper tier they pulled was $34 a month, which is vastly more expensive than what Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft got to offer.
Yeah.
And for $34 a month, you actually are allowed to have multiple characters on your accounts that are member, because usually you only pay for one,
Mm-hmm.
unlike most MMOs. They would get you enhanced customer support, which is definitely a choice to log that behind the paywall, and advanced security features. So they were locking account security behind a paywall, and
What?
reserved account names and community world, so like exclusive worlds for the people that
What
paid
the
for,
heck?
which are already a thing and are already kind of unpopular because it divides the community needlessly, and for a lot of activities you need to go to the regular worlds anyway, so it's at the same time divisive and useless. Um, so yeah, they pulled all of that, and the communities of both the regular RuneScape game and old school community went up in flames because they were like, "What the hell? Just let us pay the normal subscription. You're posting records profits already." Thing is, they got bought out by a new owner, which is an investment firm, so they're probably trying to get their money's worth. So that's why they're pulling this now. Um, the developers responded to the protests because the Reddit was on fire. They took to a certain city in the game to protest, as is tradition.
Mhm.
They even took to YouTube videos because they got a really big YouTube community that were making protest videos at that point. The developers answered basically saying, we actually put in those questions knowing that no one would like them to measure exactly how much people would dislike them. Which is an excuse that no one believed, because you're not going to put time and resources into something that you know the answer for if you're not actually considering doing it. Um, so that didn't really do anything to ease tensions. And then they made a second response from the CEO of the game itself, which, fun fact on the site, is a developer that originally introduced the loot box system to the game, like the person that whose idea it was and who coded it, who basically gave a extremely corporate explanation that never promised anything except that in the near future, for current members, they probably wouldn't do it. So that basically promises nothing. That basically says we keep the door open, and if we do it, we do it. So that did nothing either. And after that, they just went calm silent because nothing they were saying was helping, because nothing they were saying was a promise that they wouldn't do it.
Mm.
That's kind of where we're at. The community has kind of calmed down, but is still in that frightened situation. Like, if they're doing this, we're out. During the protest, the player numbers actually dropped by 25% because they got a live player counter. I think they're the only MMO that actually show that players live. So
Nope.
that's 25%.
Nope.
No?
They're not.
Which one?
Give me one second.
Is it gonna be City of Heroes?
Damn it.
Yeah. Like, over the top 5, like the big ones, they're the only one that actually release their numbers. Like Warcraft, Final Fantasy, Guild Wars,
Hold
Star
up.
Wars: Old Republic. You'll never see numbers of them.
I have it
On the
open
regular.
here. Let's pop
Yeah.
it open.
Rounding off my topic first before we
There
go
it goes.
into that.
Yeah. No,
Um,
just go ahead.
so yeah, they're kind of wary, they're on guard, and they're kind of expecting it to inevitably happen because the investment firm wants their money, which is kind of a shame. But yeah, so far they've staved it off, and hopefully I wish to them that they will keep doing that because they are very good at it. So far they've managed to defend their game. I wish them the best. Over to you.
Absolutely.
Twitter.
Yeah, but when you mentioned that, it was funny because I was like, oh yeah, I saw that last night. I was helping RT because apparently RT forgot her password or something. Well, who knows? She's not here to. she so we had we had, I had to help her troubleshoot, and I was like, wait, they actually have the numbers of people that are playing. That's awesome. Which for an old game, 700 people on the main server, 300 on the 350. So that's on a Saturday. It's not bad. It's a decent number. So, yeah. So, without further ado,
The
I
big
do
one?
have. I had if news, the final piece
Oh
of.
wait, maybe there's one more on the planning that no one got assigned, so I could quickly bring that up. Don't need to change the video for that. Switch 2 announced.
Oh,
That's the news.
Switch 2 is announced. If you guys have a Switch, there's a Switch 2.
You can get a
Cool.
second one, and it's
Oh,
slightly
that's
bigger.
gonna say.
Probably doesn't have Joy-Con drift. I'm not making
Yeah.
I was
promises.
gonna
I
talk
just
about
assume they
PCP
fix
too.
that.
That's cool. I love how people are like, why did I need a Switch 2? I was like, dude, you own a PS5. What do you mean? Why they need to...
A PS5 Pro, like the
Yeah.
PS5, but more expensive.
So what do you mean? Why they need a
Yeah.
Switch 2? Like, what? So that's cool because I know one of the big limitations for Switch is the hardware. It's good. It's a great little system, but it falls behind. So a lot of times there's corners are cut and whatnot. So if it's a
Yeah,
little bit strong,
the form is amazing, like with the docking and the controls you can take off. Like that is really well done, and they're keeping
Mhm.
that. It's just they need hardware improvements to be less limiting to games, and I hope that this is that. I don't know the specification by heart. I assume it's an improvement because otherwise, why would you need a Switch 2? But
I'm guessing it is. So I mean, I have what it looks like on the screen. I think I pulled it up. So on my BDO though, but yeah. So Switch 2 looks pretty cool. So good on them. I like the Switch. I think it's a fantastic system. I own one. I got it specifically for Unicorn Overlord, which was a fantastic game. And I'm glad I have it.
have that
because
game too. It's amazing.
It's amazing. So it's a fun little RPG. So it's cool. And if there's anything that cool that pops up, now I have one that's sitting there that I can use. So big.
I do like on the side little thing. I do like the funny meme where some people were like, "Switch to why don't you switch to PlayStation or switch to PC?" That was I don't know. I thought that was a funny pun.
Oh yeah.
But hey, that's not to say that you need to switch. Like, just play what you
Well,
want.
the thing is with Nintendo is the reason why you wouldn't switch off of a Nintendo system nowadays is because unlike all of the other game systems, they still have proprietary games.
Yeah, if you want to play Nintendo games, you need a Nintendo Switch. That's how it is.
Like they even have games on the
Yeah.
Switch store that are proprietary. There's like a long time there was like several RPGs. I think Bravely Default for a long period of time was still a Nintendo proprietary game, and where you could play Bravely Default 2 on Steam, you couldn't play Bravely Default 1 because it was a Nintendo proprietary game. So they still keep that. They've still kept that business model, and it's the only reason to. It's why you go and buy systems apparently to play games.
Yeah.
I guess Microsoft not figuring if we put everything on the Steam store that we have on Xbox, why do people want to buy an Xbox? Never kind of crossed their mind.
Oh, it actually did. Like that was completely their strategy. They're making way
Yeah.
more money of games than they're making of Xboxes and
Yeah.
Game Pass.
Yep.
Like Game Pass
Oh,
also big one. But yeah, that's just
Yep.
yeah.
I think it
I
is it.
mean,
Don't most companies operate at a loss for most of their systems or something?
yeah.
Or was
So
I?
my partner went to school for video game design and stuff like that. And one of the biggest things is they talked about in schooling was that all systems operate at a loss. There really hasn't really been ever any system that is. The systems are there for the games to be played. The games are where the money's made, historically. And I mean, we're talking like a huge loss. Like we're talking like making negative $100 per console or more in specific console cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, the console is more like when you have, say, a PlayStation. They hope that each time you buy a game, it's on that console, and they make back the money they lose on the console, which usually works out.
Yeah. Most people usually buy more than just like one game, so it tends to
Yeah,
work out in their favor. So, but yeah. So that's cool. Another system. That's always nice. Every time the new generation of consoles moves up, it's a benefit for PC gamers as well, because that means games are going to get more, there's going to be more that they can do with games, and they don't have to hold back for
Yeah, I
consoles.
was about to say we're not getting held back by old consoles anymore.
I feel like that
So-
hasn't been a thing for a pretty long time, except for the
Except
Xbox S series, Xbox One.
Mhm.
No, I don't know. That naming is confusing, but like the budget version held back a lot of games.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a
one-
slight. I mean, it's just a console, so it's fine. It's not going to be
It-
like, oh, it's console, console
No,
peasant. But
it
it's
was
just
really not about the console. Like having a budget console is something I'm all for, so that everyone can play their games.
Yeah.
The problem was that Microsoft demanded that the games had the same features and the same, like they had feature parity between the expensive console and the budget one. Whereas the budget one, obviously, it's a budget one; it has weaker hardware, so that just doesn't work out in practice.
that reminds me of Half-Life. I think it's Half-Life 1. Half-Life 1 came out for PC, but there was like a PlayStation 2 version of the Half-Life 1 game, and they did some really interesting things so that the game could actually work. So they added, obviously, like auto aim. They kind of cut some of the levels in really interesting ways so that there wasn't as much, and they kind of spaced things out, so there was less, like, open space and whatnot. And for a lot of it ended up being, some people said it ended up being better. But yeah, it's interesting. And I was like, that was cool. That was a time where, like, okay, they understood consoles had their limitations, but they're still going to try to provide an experience that's close to it. So
I mean,
Not
But
to
the
mention all the crazy tricks they did to fit games onto those really tiny Game Boy Advanced cards.
oh yeah,
There's a lot of technical fuckery in that. That I personally think is really impressive. Like the tricks they pulled to make some of those things fit purely in space optimization are insane.
I mean, it's not just space optimization. Just to go back to the before times when consoles actually had unique architecture for their hardware.
Mm.
yeah,
So you actually had to develop games doubly and triply for each console, which is a thing of the past. Consoles are PCs with a sheet over
the
it calling it
same.
a ghost.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah. Like nowadays, everything gets developed on a PC first. There was also something you saw with the Nintendo League last year. They found PC builds for almost every Pokemon game because yeah, they get developed on a PC.
yeah.
Oh.
yeah.
Out there somewhere is a PC version of Bloodborne. Just had to say that. So
Maybe not.
Stop,
That one
stop.
might be too old.
You can't say things like that. Please don't.
no, they did confirm that they did make it on a PC. It's just so,
Oh
so
yeah. But yeah, that's like there's a version that works on a PC, but it runs terribly, and it's just to make sure that you can develop the thing on something that isn't a console, because I can't imagine actually developing on a console. You need a workstation for that, and that's what a computer does.
The thing I'm the most afraid of is games as a service, specifically in the terms of like Microsoft and other companies starting to split up everything like that instead of with the Xbox game with the Xbox Games Pass, like it went from $1 to $5 to I think it's $30 now. There are
Depends on the
tiers to
tier
it, but
now.
still.
Yeah.
and then the tier. It's still somewhat affordable, but yeah, there's higher. Like, I think I'm paying like 15, 12 or something for mine, and I get access to basically everything. So
Whether you get your money's worth out of it is really up to how much you game.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I kind of use it as like, hey, this game is here. Do I want to try it? Okay, then I'll buy it, type of a
Yeah.
thing. Like, I believe right now this month there's a couple cool ones. There's the Ninja Gaiden game. There's this one game called
Oh,
Eternal
yeah.
Strands. There's that Sniper
Uh,
Elite game. So there's a
Civilization
couple.
7 will be on Game Pass.
Civ 7, Avowed. So there's a lot of like interesting things that are on there. Apparently the Orcs Must Die Death Trap game's on there too, so I can actually download that and try that honestly. So, but yeah, it's had its value. There's months where I just don't pay for it because I'm like I'm not going to play anything this month, or I'm
Yeah.
super into something else. But then I can always just re-add it again and get the games again. So I think it's a really good business model. So, um,
I mean, yeah, as long as it doesn't go the same way as like cable channels and streaming services have, with the services
Yeah.
factoring more.
mm, that's
That-
kind of what
Yeah, I
happened.
mean,
Because-
Microsoft is
Yeah.
doing a good job of hoarding game studios, so
Yeah, that's what happened with
Yeah.
like Netflix, Hulu, and Paramount, and all the. Now there's like so many. It's like okay, by the time you end up paying for all those, you're just paying what you would pay for cable. So
yeah, it's.
Um,
Let's
yes,
hope we're not going there.
and yes, I have not bought Dark Tide yet because like it's still on Game Pass. I don't play it enough to buy it because I've played it so much, and then it's like everyone stops. But yeah, that is definitely a game that I'll eventually just buy to support because I did get a lot of time out of Dark Tides.
I'm side-eyeing my I think 900 hours in Dark Tide.
Yeah, so but with that being said, um exciting piece of news and reveal after a quick break. So I do want to take a break. So we'll take a quick 5-10 minute break, do a reveal, talk about what I want to talk about. I'm super excited about that. And then we'll kind of go into some of the things we're planning, what we've been playing, and then we'll go into our main topic. So thank you guys again
So the movie
for
bad.
so good. I love the Back for Blood picture, but yeah. So enjoy some of that art, and we'll be back after a brief break.
See ya.
Bye bye. You know, in hindsight, we should have had Morgan say world premiere and then play that clip.
What is the thing they used to have? I used to hear in when people downloaded songs, it was like Jungle Productions or something. It was like something.
Oh, I'm not old
They're-
enough for that.
And they would always be like this thing in the background that was just like would play it in the song, and you would know it's like a bootleg song or something. Anyway, hey, we're back. We're just reminiscing, talking about things. So we have interesting news. News, an announcement that I definitely wanted to kind of go over. That's something that Artsy herself has put a lot of work into. Myself, I've done a little bit and helped out with some just making sure things make sense and writing and all that. But we'll go into it right now. We actually have a website. We have created our blog website at ethnerdcast.com. So we have this so that we can put all sorts of things in. So, for example, we have articles. So some of the things like the Helldivers Killzone incident that Frax talked about a few months ago, he did a little bit of a write-up. We click it, opens it up. And you can get in here, read it, leave a comment. It's literally kind of like a gaming website type of a thing, but it's more for us. So since we can make edits, I actually have put in and we have a section for lore with some fantastic Corey art. Where you got basically you can put in characters, and we have some lore, some of the art, some notes, something really cool. People can leave comments. Some of the lore things that I wrote up, like for example with Soulsy and myself, kind of fleshing out some of the lore because it has its own category for that. Little write-ups for the library, like the benefits of TTRPGs and some of the proposals that I might do for the library. And one of the things that we have here is it's a giveaway. I'll get to that in a second. But so we have our homepage. We go to our blog. And we hope to, we'll add more. We'll see more. We'll get some more art. We'll get some more stuff added in here. But like all the stories, like the story I wrote for our characters are here. I put an about section. Artsy has an about section here where we talk about who we are, some of our our projects, like our Sunday Co-op Mayhem, our TTRPG, Frax's variety stream here. So I'll put it in here for his Wednesday games. And as we have more things, we'll have more projects up here. We have a meet the team, so we meet some of the people who have given us some more, and of course the team will be. There's more of us. We have Mel and others who help. So as more add and give us the information, we'll add on here. But this is a way to see who's who. You can click on the different sections here, and then also I have put a contact which will directly, and Jordan, you'll recognize this. Look at that building. So yeah. So we have my library that I work for, and yes, I dox my address. Come at me, bro. So since the library, as I posted here, they're partnered, they're sponsoring, but they're not directly kind of like involved in the terms of our views, and what we're doing is strictly our own. Outside of the library, we want to kind of have our independent perspective, but the library has been very, very supportive of this. Jordan works at the library with me as well, so knows how much that they have helped out and continue to. So I just figured if there is any kind of getting in touch, wanting to do anything in contact and have some information, this has the information here. But yeah, this is a little project, something that I wanted to do, way to kind of get my thoughts down on here. And if one of you guys here on the team when you guys write up some things, or if there are topics that we can't get into in the podcast and finish in time, we might have a write up on that, and we'll put it on here just for an interesting read, and we'll just link it. So hopefully we'll see some use. I'll keep reminding people about it, posting it on social media, and doing things like this, for example. So I'm going to click this because we plan tomorrow to play Enshrouded, which is a strategy, not strategy. I was going to say RTS for the joke against Core, but no, it is a survival game. And we wanted to do a little bit of a giveaway here. So we'll timestamp the information here for the giveaway, basically to kind of say what, so people have the information. This kind of gives a little bit of information, some pictures of the game itself, talks about it, links to the Steam page. And what we want to do is we want to see people clip our streams, even going through the VODs and whatever, and finding a clip, maybe a timestamp or whatever, and commenting down here, leaving it, as I stated, one per entry per person. And we decide by the 23rd, on the 23rd of February will be the last day. And that final week before the next podcast, we'll decide which clip was the one that we feel is the winner, the funniest or the most amazing, or the one that had the most, like entertaining clip. We'll put it to a vote, and that person will win themselves a copy of the game Enshrouded. So I thought it'd be a really cool thing to kind of engage with the community, get you guys to get some really cool games. And I'll probably be doing this more often with some of the games that we play or some of the games that I enjoy. And I'll be posting that on our social media. And anytime we have any kind of stream, you might see a message in the chat that automatically says, hey, there's a giveaway, check it out at whatever. And it'll actually kind of have a link. And of course, once the giveaway is done, I'll make a note on the top that it's it's done, or it's whatever. But I'll keep the posts up so people can see some of the previous clips and comments and whatnot. And so, and yeah, if you leave a comment, all you need to do is leave your name. There is an email, that way we can contact. Don't worry, it doesn't get shown to anyone. And you just kind of just leave it there, and then if you win, we'll announce it during stream. So. That's all my spiel on the site. I'm super proud of it. I'm happy to start using it. I mean, it's, again, most of the work was artsy. So, but I hope to see some of you guys who are interested in writing. So I know Frax has some stuff in here. Like Mel, I know Mel, I know we had some really interesting conversation on lore. If we ever wanted to do some sort of a write-up, or even like a video, it doesn't even have to be a write-up. We can do videos and we can kind of link them in here. So, if there's something that we record or whatever, we could put it in. One of the things I want to do is put in the the meeting we had with my supervisor, and kind of put it in here as well, and link to the VOD so we have it on the website. So this will be a nice way for the library also to kind of see the kind of work that we put to, and we can hopefully grow from here. So so thank you guys all for your work. Hopefully this will be a cool place for us. I'm scrolling because I'm super excited. Sorry. So but that's about it for that. So just wanted to kind of go over that. Now we can move on. So we're going to go on to our normal section after this, which is more of the what are our plans, what we've been doing for the month, personally, any of our projects, anything you guys are excited for. I have a couple things on deck, but if someone wants to go first, just let me know, and I'll let you guys take the floor. I know, Mel, you had mentioned something during the break.
Oh yeah, KCD2. It is on its way out here in a few days. KCD2, for anyone who doesn't know, is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And it is it borders on the line of like simulation, but it's still an RPG with a story and everything like that. But you're living in proper medieval times. There's no dragons, there's no monsters, no goblins, no none of that. Just you know ancient, like Europe, medieval Europe. And you play as Henry, and you go through, and you have to do a bunch of cool things. And there's proper smithing in there, and there's all the skills you get, you have to like actively do. You can't, to get better at something, you have to do the thing to get better at. It's a lot bigger now.
Wait,
And
wait.
apparently,
You're telling me I can't just smith 1,000 iron daggers and then figure out how to make demon weapons?
no,
No.
you'd be really good at smithing. And that's it.
Ah.
Um, but now they have the. Before there was like small towns and stuff like that, and some a bit larger, but nothing too serious. And now they've added a proper, I think, city or two. They've overhauled the combat. They've overhauled like actually a bunch of systems from the first game that everyone was like, this is a little janky, but the game's still fun, so I don't mind it. But
So with how Kingdom Come is currently going, I hope we get like a quality curve like in the Witcher trilogy,
Mm,
because it's
Mhm.
super similar. The first game was super charming, but had its really rough edges about the mechanics and the systems.
Hmm.
And the second one is apparently looks like an improvement while being more accessible and more user friendly. And if it's successful and if we get a Kingdom Come 3, I would wish it would like impact like The Witcher 3, because it would be awesome. It's a really cool game. I enjoyed the
Yeah,
heck out of the first one.
yeah,
and
the
and it
the
gets
first one.
and it's gotten a lot better in a lot of ways, and it comes out in 2 days, February 4th.
Yeah.
Which is a game that I'm really looking forward to. I mean, every bit of it matters. Your layering and your armor matters. Like you can't just rock out with just full plate and think that it's gonna fully protect you from everything. You got to put a gambus in under. You got to wear your clothes underneath that. Like, and then you'll be way more protected.
Yeah,
Or
I think the first one accounted for color and stealth. Like you couldn't
oh yeah,
stealth wearing a yellow gambizon, and you also were noisy
I
Mhm.
mean
Okay,
this is
that
or
this
makes
played.
sense.
And yeah, it is for modern gaming a super, I'd say, simulationist kind of game, because it
That's nice.
accounts for a lot of things. But we're not getting a lot of really good low fantasy games. So I'm
yeah.
Yeah.
really looking forward to this one.
And so this is the really big, and they're planning on updating a lot more things as they go along. Like they know the smithing is gonna, they're like, yeah, we're gonna work on that and make that better. And they've released like a full roadmap for what you can expect from them as they release the game, or as the game is released, and people start playing it and so on and so forth. um and I think this one takes place in medieval Bohemia.
Yep.
It's the same as
So
the first game, Medieval
It's the
Bohemia.
same as
yeah,
the first, and the conflict that frames the first game is historically accurate.
yeah,
Yes.
It was a succession conflict between two brothers, I think, and that
Oh,
is like dated and put at the right spot in history.
for a second, you got my hopes up thinking it was the Hussite Wars.
I don't think it was. I think it
No,
was.
because
It was.
then it would be interesting to bring up later though. Maybe like if they do a time skip at some point, because the Hussite Wars was in Bohemia, and was when a certain military commander invented basically tanks. Like he used carts, made arrow slits in them, and then they used crossbows and hand cannons and guns to basically turn them into tanks, and it worked really well.
I don't
Oh,
know
yeah.
how it is set time-wise, but the second one does introduce hand cannons, like
This one
super
does?
primitive.
Yeah, it
Oh,
does.
maybe then. Maybe then.
Primitive
Maybe
fire
that
weapons.
would be for the third one.
If you watch the trailer,
No.
they have like these very primitive one-shot like barrel on a stick like cannons. I don't know what you'd call them.
Hand
Yeah,
cannons
kind of.
usually.
Yeah, hand cannons or aqua bus. No, that's the right word.
Aquabats. Yeah.
No, that's
Yeah.
actually more like a
Gun.
more
Rifle.
looking like a proper rifle, just
Yeah.
a really
Yeah.
fucking big one.
So yeah,
But-
maybe you'll get lucky for the third game also,
Yeah,
Frax.
what's the year in Kingdom Come?
I'll actually have to check.
Because the Hussite Wars are like in 1432-ish, like late medieval era.
Kingdom Come, the first one plays 1403.
Oh, so it is possible. Oh, okay. I'm not hyped for the one that isn't announced. Listen, if
So-
you're right, and that's gonna be that Witcher 3, and it's gonna be that setting, I'm done.
It's a very unexplored era. I would be super
Yeah.
excited for it. And honestly, it reminds me a lot of the Witcher trilogy because the first one was kind of successful, but very wonk, and a lot of people went, "Yeah, it's not for me because it plays awkwardly." And this aims to remedy that. Like they specifically said that they want to have a more accessible game. So yeah, I'm really excited if that goes the Witcher way. I would be very happy for the devs because they've been doing good work.
They have been doing good work.
Yeah, they.
definitely deserve that.
It's one of the games that has said, we're going to try to focus on the realism. So, like for example, the combat. There's like it's very weighted. The swords don't just like slash through armor. You actually like it bang. If you have a sword and you hit someone in full plate, it's not like just gonna cut them. It's
There's also what's it called? There for the sword play in that game. There's basically like if any of you have ever played what's it called? For Honor.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
was
it's got the
expecting that.
For Honor radial. But
I
it's
mean,
even more expansive.
It's not even the For Honor radial. It's the actual striking techniques of medieval swordfight
Yeah.
manuals. It's just straight accurate.
Well, I'm saying like the radial to interact with that is
Oh, yeah.
is very close to.
No, it's the radial they
For
use
Honor
basically
or
to-
Mountain Blade, like
Yeah.
where it's like directional. Yeah.
yeah, to give you the 8 strike directions you can have
Mhm.
with an actual that I reference an actual fencing manual.
And they also tweaked they did everyone who's commented on the combat in the game have said that it's fantastic, that it plays very, very well. And I mean someone within the first 8 hours of the game got fully armored up with with decent armor, a crossbow and a sword. And a crossbow you don't need to be trained in. It just takes forever to load. That's it.
Yeah. And a
And-
funny thing I've seen in a preview, which is a minor spoiler because I thought it's very funny. The game has a hardcore mode that's even more realistic and punishing. And what they do when you start, everybody that doesn't want to be spoiled, listen away for a minute or two. So apparently when you start the hardcore mode in Kingdom Come 2, the game does a roll. And if you fail the roll, it just gives you a reason why you have died in your youth and you start into a you're dead scream. Which I think is really
That
funny.
is fantastic.
Yeah, the one I saw was basically you walked over a lake as a young person and broke in and died of a cold. That's it.
Yeah.
Welcome
Yeah.
to medieval Europe.
Because I think they just want to go like this game mode is super hard. You will die for pretty random reasons. So if you can't stomach that, turn away here. Which is a nice way
Yeah.
going about things, I think. So yeah, I'm really excited for the game.
And then I'd say one more game, if I may, that I've been
Go
playing a
for it.
bunch of recently,
Yeah.
is Vintage Story. And what Vintage Story is it's a voxel Minecraft game. If you looked at it, you would think, oh, this is Minecraft.
Oh, I've
but
heard of that one.
but this is like, and I was showing Core this, and to compare it and Minecraft together are a disservice to each other. Not a disservice to one or the other, but to each other as a whole, because they fundamentally want to do very different things. And also, Vintage Story has its own engine that it's running in. So it's, it's not running, and it's also not programmed in Java. And also it has modding. It has a modding API on release, and they have over like 500 plus mods from the modding community and stuff like that. When you download a mod from their website, it opens up the game for you, and then the game asks you if you just click a yes button, and then it'll just put it in the game for you. As simple as that. There's no opening files, no nothing. You can do that if you want to, but and it makes it super easy for you by putting a direct link in your game to open up the files for modding. Knowing you, Rain, and and Frax, who love mods. There's a lot of mods in this game, and there's more always coming out. But
So
the main thing,
is this the one that because I think I saw someone try to make like a weapon and you had to actually like bang out the impurities of the steel and all that.
yeah. So basically, you start from like Stone Age and work your way up all the way to steel. And basically, like, for the first bit of the game, you're not mining anything. You have to go find like copper nuggets and stuff like that. So you're really relying on flint. So you pick up flint, and then you have to place flint on the ground, and you have flint in your hand, and you nap the flint into the specific pattern of like an arrow, of like arrowheads, or like a spearhead, or so on and so forth. You have to dry your meat. You have to there, there's quality to soil in this game, right? Where you have to rotate your crops and use good quality soil, and also mix in bone meal to add nitrates and so on and so forth, and calcium, so the plants grow better. There are plants that grow better in the winter than in the summer or the fall, or spring, and I mean the list goes on. It is, and there's a full story to this, but it is like they went the full survival route, like full survival route. If you can think of it, then it's for survival that is most likely in this game. Like, yeah, you also have to bang out, like, when you smith, you have to like smith out. You have to, like, there's a literal thing where you have to take a hammer and put it on an anvil, and then smith out every single little block in the thing to like make to make um your sword or your spear or however what, or your armor, or bang out the individual links in chainmail.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Now there are faster ways to go about doing that and more efficient than just banging it out by hand yourself. There's, big hammers that you can use that drop on their own and stuff like that without you having to use them. And windmills and so on and so forth as you progress through the game, and you get access to better and better. I wouldn't say like tech as in the tech that we know, but closer to like more medieval tech, and so on and so forth. And it has been it's a beautiful game, and it's been really 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 fun to play.
That's cool.
It's
That's
funny to
it.
hear you say some of those things because the thing I was about to talk about touches on that in
I mean,
several ways.
it might be a good segue.
Yeah, sure. Uh, so yeah, what I've been doing, and what I want to talk about, I've been playing a lot of Minecraft, and I want to give specific shout outs to the Create mod for Minecraft, which is
Mhm.
a quote unquote tech mod, which means like, yeah, you're using technology, you're automating stuff. But in my opinion, it is by far the best tech mod, not because of what it can do. It can do a lot, but there's tech mods that do more. But because of the way it does it, because once the video comes up on screen, you'll see. Minecraft, in its core, to me, in my opinion, is that you are putting together blocks to build whatever the hell you want. Like, you want to make a castle, you want to make an airplane, you want to make whatever. You're putting blocks together into one big structure. Most tech mods don't do that. Like if you build a, I don't know, a pulverizer to crush ores, you have a single block, which is a machine called a pulverizer. You feed it power from solar panels or something, and that's the tech mod. Create doesn't work like that. Create works like Minecraft works. If you want power, you need to build a windmill or a water mill. So you make the building, you put the big sails on top, and you connect it all with rotational force with shafts, and then the wind blows, makes the sails rotate, and that is your power. So you actually have this big block structure that does the thing. And then you have a rotating shaft. You can connect that to conveyor belts that you actually have to lay out in your base. And then if you want to have a crusher, you need to make these two big crushing wheels, put them together, and have items drop from the belt to the wheels, get caught by something else. Like it becomes a whole machine workshop, kind of medieval tech-ish up to industrial. There's steam boilers as well. Once you get to the materials, I just feel like that's really, really more Minecraft than any other tech mods does, and they add a lot of cool things with it. Because aside from the usual automation of your smelting and smithing and all the things, you can do a lot of creative stuff with it as well. Because that's also one of the reasons why I think it's peak Minecraft. It enables all of those creative things, like you can make extra wide rails and then put trains on them that you can design yourself. You build them out of blocks, and then you can put them together with the create mod, and you actually have a functional train that you can drive.
I've seen someone make the Gustav cannon and slap that thing on a train with Create. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, just a second. Tiny bit of miscommunication. Let me just open something real quick because I thought I'd send a video, but
I have a vid running at the moment. If you want to switch to mine, RT, which is
no,
basically
I'm opening
Oh, or-
one. No, the one I intend to play that really shows it off.
okay.
That's on me. My bad.
Wow.
Okay, it's playing. You can switch to me.
You're a professional YouTuber. You should know better.
I am not. I do not have a YouTube channel.
Oh, that's the video I'm playing. Yeah.
Yeah,
This
so
is
that's
Kate.
the one. So, like, immediately what this shows off is all of the gears and the cutworks, the conveyor belts. The fact that you're on an elevator, you can make functional moving platforms, doors that open, like made out of the normal Minecraft blocks. So you can, like, if you have this castle you build like in normal Minecraft, you can make these giant wooden doors and actually have them open and close. And like you can have drawbridges that raise and lower. You can see a big windmill there on the right. You see the train tracks. Those trains are completely put together out of vanilla blocks and create mod blocks. So it really turns. I don't know. To me, this is what Minecraft technology should look like. Not a single block that does the thing you want to do, but like actually make it into this giant mechanical factory that really combines the automation that you're looking for with the creativity that you are playing with in Minecraft.
Yeah, because I know a lot of tech
Yeah.
mods like skip that part of it and just like, okay, here's a block and it does everything you need. And
Yeah.
it's kind of
Like
boring.
Mechanism.
Yeah, Mechanism is. I like Mechanism a lot, but
Same. I do too.
it's not this. It's not
No.
as Minecraft. Like I like researching my way all the way up to quadrupling ore production and making a functioning nuclear fusion reactor, but it doesn't feel the same. You know, it feels more like a mod. Creates, in my opinion, they could have. If someone had shown me this before I'd known it and told me it was an expansion to Minecraft, I would have believed them.
Mm,
This feels like something that Minecraft could just naturally have to me, even though it's way more expansive and intricate than the usual Minecraft update. But like that's why I say expansion, not update.
and this mod is in the mod pack we're playing, right?
Yes, I'm
Oh.
experimenting with it a bit at the moment. I don't have a lot of setup yet. I have a windmill. I have some basic facilities that allow me to make blocks for create more easily, like production assembly lines, like what you're seeing here. And it powers my doors and my drawbridge, so they actually work. But
Yeah, you showed me that. That was cool.
the things you can do with this are basically endless. Like what you see in the video is the showcase of the Mult Alpha is a giant cake factory. So with a touring track, of course, with the conveyor belts. But what this thing basically does is it automatically milks cows for milk, then transports that. It has automated farms in there with moving pieces that can harvest stuff and replant stuff as you go. It combines all of that into autocrafters, into assembly lines, until you get just cake. And it does that on its own. You just need a really big building out of it. Like right there, the bit we just passed through was harvesting sugar, crushing sugarcane into sugar dust, and that would then be transported to the crafting area. Of course, this is a little more expensive than it has to be. Like, this is made to be fancy to show off all the moving parts. But that's a thing you can actually do. Like, just make these automated crafting lines. And yeah, it takes space. It takes more work than most tech mods, but I feel like it pays off more because this is just beautiful.
I can see. I am excited. I love that the Create mod is in that mod pack. I think it's. I hop onto it when I'm not in City of Heroes just to like wander around, and it's cool to see. So it's cool that it's being used again. So we're back in the swing of playing Minecraft for a bit again. So
For 2 weeks.
a little longer,
Probably
but yeah.
going for like 3 or 4-ish.
Oh wow!
I mean,
That's longer than that's longer than
the
the
previous-
normal Minecraft go.
the previous mod pack we went for like 3 months, and then we finished and mostly, and then we got to a point and people just switched to other games.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Right
so
now,
we
we're actually moving forward a bit more. It helps that that we don't get distracted by a fuck ton of progression mods because the pack we're using doesn't have as many. Like it mostly is create, which is not a game-ending mod. It's more like an auxiliary thing to help you with crafting, to help you with automation or farming, that kind of stuff. There's no magic mods that will let you solo the game in one go. What we do have is a bunch of boss mods and quest mods, and it actually has a storyline, and it wants you to RPG level with classes through that story, while using all of the other mods and making your cool base and the Minecraft thing. So I do enjoy that a lot.
Nice.
And there's legendary weapons. They're cool. I
yeah,
got a scythe.
it's a lot of fun. So cool. I have it.
And aside from that, what I'm excited about, Civilization 7, Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh
I
yeah.
won't expand too much on those because the next podcast I will have actually played them. And then I
Yes.
will fill more than enough time about them. So for now,
Uh,
I'm excited about them. They look really good. That's it.
Yeah, I think the next podcast is going to be a lot of it's going to be Civ and and
Yeah.
Monster Hunter.
Basically.
The next thing I figured I'd bring this up because I think it was really fun, but I would like for Core, who was the kind of the one that kind of got all of us hyped up for it and dipped his foot into the game and got all of us to try it again. It's Back for Blood.
Oh yeah, let me pull up something for that.
I have a video playing of our VOD with Corey.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was about to pull up. Nice.
Nice.
So yeah, basically, over Christmas, Back for Blood was on a giant 95% off sale, and as we all know, I'm a big fan of the For Dipshit Save the World games, also known as co-op shooters. And I've got hours in World War Z, and so I was always curious about Back for Blood, but it had a really rough launch, so I didn't play it then. But I was like, yeah, for this price, I'm gonna take a look. And I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. I think they reworked some of the mechanics during their first year, and it works a little different now. It was very roguelite, which it's not anymore. And yeah, it's just a really fun 4 people co-op shooter. It has cool characters, a nice story, a more roguelite-ish mode, and solid gameplay. And we've been playing on and off a lot. Like everybody, every time we get a couple of people together that have it, we go like, yeah, let's play a couple rounds of Back for Blood.
Yeah, we got to play
Yeah,
with
that
Corey,
was-
which was fun.
Yeah, that was very fun.
That
And
was
she
a
also
lot of
wants
fun.
to play more. So
She liked the big gun.
She
Yeah.
did really well. Like, I just want to say she was using a starter deck with just whatever gear we found, and she was holding her own like really, really well.
yeah, I think the three of us got our asses kicked harder than her.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
run a glass cannon sniper build, so whenever one zombie tickles me, I lose half my health because I'm staring down a scope looking for the big ones.
Yeah.
And then I know I run a medic build, so I'm basically just topping everybody off on their HP. So
Yeah, and I run the build you saw the art of during the break. I run a weird, crazy bald person with one eye.
That's what-
Who's just really fun to play. It's a shotgun build that has weird mechanics on getting up down people, and it's just really fun to play.
and he can't aim down sight because he's missing that eye.
Aiming down sight is easier with just one eye, but
I
using
know I'm joking.
I'm using a card deck that disables aim down sight for other benefits because I'm using shotguns. What's the point?
So you're holding the gun right-handed, and it's your right eye that's gone.
No, I'm just hip firing the eye. Because it's
So-
cooler to hip fire a trench gun. Come on.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
So-
It's been a lot of fun, and I think we'll keep playing it because the
Oh,
story is
yeah.
actually pretty long if you play all chapters in series. I think we played half of Act 1, and that was a full like 3-4 hour streams, and there's
Yeah. So we still got a little bit
full
more.
acts, and if you got the Ultimate Edition, it has 2 DLCs. That's another like 2-3 hour campaigns or something. So actually, for just playing the story, it's pretty decent. And then it has a roguelite mod where you can increase the difficulty and do high score runs. So it actually has a bit of replayability. So if you get it again on sale, I can wholly recommend it for everybody that loves scope shooters.
The reason it didn't succeed as much as it could have was, again, some of those decisions in the beginning with like making the cards not all effect and have to like draw them, and it made runs too random.
Yeah.
And it just, again, it's Turtle Rock, so they tend to kind of give up pretty easily with stuff. They did the same with that one asymmetrical hunting game that they had, which was kind of fun, and they kind of gave up.
Right?
Yeah, they just kind of, okay, we're gonna like nickel and dime you for a bunch of stuff, and then give up on it. And then it kind of got revived for a little bit. I'm not sure if it's still playing, but they brought it back and all that. So it's a thing that that studio, in my opinion, seems to do. But it's decent. Yeah, it's decent. I like it. So it is basically what one person was saying, Left 4 Dead, but with like character customization or adding a little bit more customization to your build and how you play, which is cool.
Yeah.
And more enemy variety, I think. I haven't played Left 4 Dead, but
That's
I
true.
do like how in Back 4 Blood every enemy has, I think, 3 or 4 variations that act differently.
It's 3, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got the exploder dude that runs at you and explode, or he can do something different. Or like the spitter, who can be like the kind of like the equivalent to the hunter. He either can spit at you or he can kind of jump at you and all that. So that's always cool. I also found there's less grapples. They're
Oh,
there.
yeah.
That gets worse later in the game. There's more controller variants later on.
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, they're not as many as in Left 4 Dead. You get still incentivized to stick close with people.
Mhm.
But I mean, and this one basically has the mutator cards that make stuff really interesting.
Yeah.
That come in like you have like burning regular zombies that if you melee you catch on fire. Or wild mutators that really change the gameplay a lot. There's one that makes you heavier for each piece of currency you carry. So people that have been hoarding their currency crawl through the levels while gold coins fall out of their pockets, which is super funny. So yeah, they have a lot of variety through the mutator cards. And basically they left the variety in the levels, but now let you design your own build. And in the beginning, you had to rely on basically skill cards dropping to make your build, so it was too much random on random on random. And they dialed that back, and now it's a really nice mix of mixing it up but playing how you want, and that's what they needed to get.
Yeah.
They did in the end.
Because I think the way it worked in the beginning is you did make a deck, but it would then draw from the deck, and then you would pick a card at the end of every section, and then that added to by the end of the first act, you'd have your entire build, and you can use it for like all of 2 missions, maybe, if not just 1. Well, now you get the entire build from the beginning, so that's cool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's super fun.
But yeah, do you want me to continue with my month?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so the other kind of games I adore as much as co-op shooters is open world survival games, and we had one releasing a new chapter of their demo, and the other actually releasing into early access. I should currently be sharing a video of the first one.
Yep, we'll see it.
And the first survival game I want to talk about is Aloft.
Oh yeah.
It has released in early access now. They had a playable demo a while back. And basically how Aloft works, it is a classic open world survival game, but it takes place in a world of floating islands. And you have a glider like you have, for example, in Breath of the Wild. And you explore the new islands, find lost technology, and the funniest thing is you build your base on one of the islands, and then you put down a sail and a rudder and floaters on that island and just sail it around. So you can basically take your base with you.
Nice.
And yeah, you can find stronger sails and sail through more dangerous storms to explore more of the world. And you're fighting a fungal infection to the islands, and you try to figure out what went wrong with that. And there's a cool mechanic. If you have basically destroyed the infection on one of the islands, the ecosystem can still be out of balance. So you have a nifty little field guide that you can use to see what this ecosystem needs. Like it needs more plant variety, it needs animals, it needs decomposers, and then you start planting plants, planting trees, putting fungi on the island as a decomposer. And when the island economy is ecosystem, oh god, not economy. No. And when the
Plants
ecosystem
go
is
up.
fixed, you can start harvesting plants and resources from that island. And yeah, it's out now. It has 3-4 biomes active, and judging from the map, there will be 3-4 more. And the developers have a really active Discord where people can ask questions and give feedback. And I'm really hopeful for this one. It was very fun to play.
It looked interesting. Yeah, it looked really
Yeah.
cool.
And yeah, that was the one. And the other one has its demo active for a while now. And that one's called Voyages of Nera, which
that was
is
fun.
yeah, we played the demo.
Oh
Which is
yeah,
also,
that was
pretty
pretty.
fun. The way I described it shortly is it's Polynesian Valheim. Because it has a pretty similar progression route. You start with the classic, we're punching trees to get wood and picking up rocks to make a sharp stone on a stick. But then you have in that game a really cool travel system with boats and surfboards, and a game mechanic that this has, you can find and free little spirits that then give your base some kind of automation, and there's enemy factions, and it's just a really great straightforward open world survival game in a pretty new setting, and the game looks gorgeous. And they had out a technical alpha demo, or they currently have it out, and they will update it once more before it goes into early access.
A Rizzler's last thoughts should be of Ohio.
Yeah, it was also really fun to play. I played it with Frax and Morgan for a while, and I'm also really hopeful for this one too, because yeah, the aesthetic is nice, and it has some tough combat occasionally, especially in the alpha, since the animations are a bit wonky and you can't read dodges proper. But yeah, it's going in a good way, and the community is also really engaged, and they've been watching and promoting a lot of people playing the demo. So yeah, that's also one of the open world survival games I'm really excited about.
It kind of surprised me that it took them this long to make a Polynesian themed survival game because that kind of feels like a no-brainer.
Yeah, no, it
Mhm.
really does. And yeah, it's one of the ones I'm also really looking forward for. And yeah, between my survival games and my co-op shooters, that was my month of January.
Fantastic. Oh no, not quite. You also forget. Don't forget the city.
Oh
God,
yeah,
he
we
can-
did
yeah,
that
yeah, true.
too. I was assuming you would talk about that.
Oh, absolutely.
Pop King.
So another thing, and I'm not sure if we talked about it last month. I don't think we did. I think we kind of mentioned that we were getting into it, but we actually played it on stream, which was really fun. We played a couple times, and I've been playing a lot of it just in general. And that's we're back into we're still playing City of Heroes, which has been a lot of fun. So it's an older MMO. It's one that was out before World of Warcraft or around the same time as World of Warcraft. Was out for a couple years and then got canceled, but was kept alive by a couple of dedicated fans. I think at first it was kept alive by somebody that probably worked at NCSoft and was running it out of his garage or something, and then the code got sent out and multiple servers were made. We're currently playing on Homecoming, which is one of the larger servers, which I was showing earlier, that has the player count, which right now they're sitting at about 2,000 or maybe like 1,500 to 2,000 players currently.
More than Concord.
There's more there's more people playing chess on one table than there's playing Concord. But, you know.
Oh my god.
but
Obliterated.
but yeah. So as a decent number, and those numbers even get higher, especially now with maybe a Saturday night or Sundays and whatever. So and it is it's a ton of fun. It's a MMO that has a lot of really good quality of life features.
Yeah, that's where I was about to jump in because I've played a ton of like the big card MMOs. I've played WoW, I've played FF14, I've played the Old Republic. And then I jumped into this because you adored the game a lot, and I was like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And the amount of features that are super common in MMOs these days that were way ahead of their time when that released, like level scaling for people.
Yeah.
I was floored seeing that in this game because I was like, this is they had that back then. What?
Yeah.
So yeah, I was actually really positively surprised that it has old graphics, but it actually it kind of aged very gracefully.
Yeah, because it's like a stylized comic. There's actually a hidden cell shading option that you can add. It's in the graphic options that adds like the bars to make it like a comic book. So that's
I
something.
have to try that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Some things look a little weird, but overall it looks really cool. There's a reason why it's a hidden experimental feature. It's in the menu somewhere. Because like, you know, there's again some of the skins and some of the faces and some of the things come out like shiny and a bit strange, but yeah, it's really fun. But yeah, the scaling, the fact that, you know, one of the biggest things for MMOs is like, oh, I'm really into it. I'm level 35 and my friend wants to play with me, but he's level 5. Oh man, we can't really do anything. I got to make a new character. Oh, but now he's played a little bit, but I'm not playing. So, you know, and it's
Yeah.
difficult. This, oh, I'm level 35, you're level 5. Oh yeah, jump on me. You're level 34 when it comes to like how much damage you do and how much you can take. You don't have as many options as a level 34 person because you didn't unlock the skills, because you know you unlock skills as you level up and slots for your enchantments, which are like equipment. but you're still able to hit just as hard, and you're not just going to be useless. You actually can contribute. And vice versa. If you want to go down to a lower level to help a friend do some lower level quests, they'll scale you down. They're somewhat generous on what you can keep. They don't completely like lock everything out. They give you like a couple levels worth of stuff ahead of it because they're like, okay, you are stronger.
It's 5, I
So-
think, about 5 levels.
Yeah. So, but you can kind of keep a lot of the stuff that that you had. And it's really easy to group. The quests themselves also have the option to scale, so you can actually make the enemies harder, tougher, add more. You can't add less. We had a person in the stream that was super helpful, and he was letting us know. So you can't like have a group of 4 and scale it to have 2 enemies, enemies for 2 players. Sorry, it always is going to be the minimum. But you could have a group of 4 players and scale the missions to be for 8, which throws a bunch of enemies. So the big swinging AoE builds and stuff will have things to like do. And it has the ragdoll, which is really funny, really janky, but it also adds to that feeling of being a superhero. Like when you hit someone and they fly across the battlefield, you feel strong. You feel like a superhero. And that's a really satisfying crunch sound effect and all that. So they do a lot of things really well. It's free. There's a lot of servers, but Homecoming is the biggest one. And has probably the most content. They're probably the one that's the least when it comes to the outfits, which is crazy because there's so much, because we basically made our like OCs. I'm playing
Yeah.
Adira. You see Scar over there just hitting people with it right there. She swung and hit like 4 people flew. It's amazing. So, and
Tuesday game is running in there.
plus Adira.
I did have to marvel up Scary a bit, but that was the opposite of a problem. I think she came out great.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a really good game to play casually. You can be super sweaty with it because you can raise the difficulty and the levels, and you can play it really hard. And there's actual like full on raids, and the community has been super nice. Like there's often times we're just standing out there, and someone will just whisper, "It's like, hey, I really like your outfit. It's really cool," and whatever. They just love just being nice. I really haven't, other than of course, every once in a while you have a weirdo, but most people have just been super supportive.
Yeah.
And the feedback we got when we streamed it was really endearing and wholesome. It was like, hey, it's nice to see a group of friends play the game and actually play the game and don't just like hit buttons to get to end game, which a lot of people get to, because yeah, if you've been playing this game for 20 years, you're just, let me just get to the place I want to get to. But we're actually kind of like engaging with the mechanics and working together and all that, freaking out Artsy because she's trying to keep us alive, just like the Tuesday game.
Yeah,
So and I was gonna say, Adira like being knocked out multiple times a fight, but then coming back and doing a bunch of damage. It's like, that's not real. But yeah, that's also just like the Saturday game. So ton of fun. So if anyone's looking for kind of a casual to like can be sweaty MMO and you're okay with a little bit of jank and some old school graphics and want to try making your characters in this, this is definitely the way to go. It's Homecoming, or City of Heroes Homecoming, the server. There are things like Thunder Spy and Reunion, but those have smaller communities with like peaking at like 30 to 50 players, where this is peaking at like 1,500. So
yeah. When you run in there, you actually feel like people are playing this. There's a community. There's people setting up groups to do stuff together. Like it feels alive.
yeah, which is something that I don't think you guys expected. Because I played it, I knew it, but I like a lot. I loved hearing all you guys like, wow, there's this feature, and so it's really nice because again, this was a game that I played when I had a relative. My grandfather passed away. This was one of the 2 or 3 games that I played a lot of to kind of like keep my mind occupied. So it does hold a special place in my heart because I really enjoy it. So I figured that's my monthly City of Heroes plugin for the month, as I'm hopefully trying to wrap up before I die. And nope, I'm getting my butt kicked and I died. So, well, too bad. There you see, it's in common Adira fashion. She does a lot of damage. She's really rough and tough, but she will get knocked around. So
But
She
Uh,
does a lot of
she'll
damage.
get up again.
they're
Yeah.
never gonna keep her down.
And there's Lena over there, just fire, and more fire. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
It's actually kind of crazy to see like how close you all got to your characters. Like that's actually kind of wild.
Yep, and you can do the same with the powers, because the powers themselves, you can color them and all that. So you want to be like, oh no, my character has blue fire because it's hotter than normal fire. And most games I can't do it. Well, you can do blue fire, you can do red fire, you can do green fire. You can say, oh, this is not fire, it's like toxic radiation, or you can just make a radiation build or what. So there's also, like, I believe Scari's using the earth powers but made it crystal. So like it's like really cool what you can do with it. And that's even more nutty on some of the other servers, where you can literally just say, I want fighting, but I want to use a axe and I want to kick people with you can actually customize the moves a bit more. So I'm hoping Homecoming does a little bit more of that, but I know some of that can be a little buggy, and Homecoming doesn't like to add bugs. So that's my spiel.
Yeah.
That's all I really wanted to talk about this month in terms of what I've been playing. I mean, you guys covered all the other things that I was playing, and of course my single player games, that's just more for me. So I haven't really had anything super exciting game wise. Just playing my normal stuff.
Lots
I
of
mean,
stuff.
what we maybe should touch up on a bit is something we are gonna play, which is Enshrouded.
Oh, this is true.
This is something I talked to you guys about before, and I've been waiting for you guys to switch over to a new survival to jump on with all of you.
Yeah. We're gonna be playing Enshrouded. They have like I think like a Twitch drop thing or something.
Yep.
Yeah, they have a Twitch drop for outfit set that runs, I think, 1.5 weeks from now still. And it's currently on sale on Steam, I think.
Yeah, so and we're doing a giveaway, which, boom. So definitely that is a fun survival game. I actually really like the combat on this one. So
I'll
and
be curious about that, because I feel like often in survival games that the combat is a little basic to what I'm used to.
No,
Compared to what I'm
actually,
used to.
I have the same opinion as Rain. Enshrouded has, for me, in the grand scheme, the most fun combat for all survival games.
That's good.
It's up there. It's really up there.
yeah, I think
I'm
Uh,
usually
it-
one who focuses a lot on the building mode, and I'm not a super fan of how Uncharted does building, but I actually went through the game for the combat. I did the thing most people do. I made a block house and played the game instead of the usual thing I do. I play the game to make a fancy house.
Mhm.
In Uncharted, it was the other way around because the combat's actually really fun.
That's
But
And
that's
I've-
good.
since I last played, they did a lot. Yeah, I did skip building. Yeah, that's insane, right? No, but they did actually update their building editor a lot, and it's way nicer to actually make buildings now.
yeah,
Because
I
the game's
actually
still in EA, so they're still working on stuff. But yeah, the editor is way better now, and I actually started enjoying the buildings, so it will keep me around, I guess.
Oh,
Nice.
all right. Before I forget, one last thing for City of Heroes. City of Heroes does have a full builder where you can actually build houses and stuff for your super group thing. But it is jank as hell. But yes, for Enshrouded, I did really like the game. I enjoyed the building. I thought it was fine, but yeah, I could see where coming from other like Conan, where I was building like fancy long houses and super elevators to go up that one rock face to go to the green area. Like, I was building all sorts of crazy things. You don't see like that here as much, but you can build some pretty respectable buildings, and I was actually enjoying it. And just like Core said, this is probably the most fun I've had in a game for combat, because most survival games combat are pretty basic. And Minecraft is pretty basic, though the mods do help a little bit.
Yeah, I'm cheating.
Valheim is okay. Valheim is pretty decent combat. It's a little wonky, but it's nice that they've done what they've done.
Yeah, I think Valheim and Conan are the kind of combat I expect from a survival game. That's like the bar where I go, this is okay, this is fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Valheim was good.
But yeah, and Shrouded actually has a skill tree that gives you like active skills, and you can diversify and skill whatever you like. And as it's shown in the video, you can actually go wand and shield. So
I like that.
you can have really like free choice in what you do for skills. There's a healing aura, a damage reduction aura, and you can go. It's basically one of those big, like springing from a central point skill trees, and you have a warrior section, a rogue section, a mage section, but it's not locked off or anything, and you can
It's
just
kind of-
skill in whatever direction you want.
It's kind of like the current Minecraft skill tree, something like that. You start off in the middle and you
I'm
go in a
down.
direction. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm down. That stuff is cool. I like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah, so-
they added daggers as new weapons since I last played, so there's another variant to play with. They have bows, daggers, and wands are basically auto attack ranged weapons, and they have staffs that are basically ammo based magic weapons but stronger, and you have grappling hooks and gliders, so traversal is really fun in the game too.
And also, aren't there pre-built structures in the game that you can go and like take on?
Yeah, you basically can go to any pre-built structure that isn't in a blocked off area and put down a town stone, basically an eternal flame, and go, this is mine now.
Mhm.
Nice.
And there are also dungeons too, right?
Yeah. There's a thing that's kind of from the last Zelda games. You have towers that you can get as fast travel points, and as of course perfect starting points for your gliders. And the ascent in those towers is like a Zelda dungeon. It's like a traversal puzzle dungeon crawl
Yeah.
thing.
they have like there'll be like a door that's locked and it has like two symbols, and you have to like push the button that matches the symbols, and it might involve you kind of going through a spike traps and gliding,
Yeah,
or
it's
like
basically like Zelda dungeons straight up. Which is
yeah,
great,
it's
because
really
those
cool.
are fun.
Yeah.
But you
Um,
will all see that on Sunday's ATH variety stream.
yeah. So definitely, and if you guys are interested, like I said, we do have the giveaway, which feel free to watch. If you see us doing something wonky, clip it. You can even clip VODs, so you don't have to be there live. Just go through and like, oh, that's funny. I'm gonna clip that, and that might actually win you a copy of the game.
Yeah, if you see me
So
die in a funny way, clip it.
yeah, especially if we call the clip, like Riz down or not enough or something, that would be fantastic.
Oh,
So,
no.
so
No, my aura.
Cracks
The
outside
only
Mud
thing
by 4.
Frax has to do is be fun with that.
RC immediately hits chat. Is this real? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
While she was waiting for that. Okay.
Yeah, she was ready. She had that locked.
She heard Frax say one meme. Was like, I know where this is going.
Yeah, one too many.
You know the survival game I do want to see? I want to see an Avorion, but instead of spaceships, it's mechs.
Oh my god, that'd be so cool.
So just like you just go on them, it's like a open world, but then there's like other enemy mechs, and you can craft your own mech and just do stuff.
I'm sorry, you mean like Anthem?
And Anthem was, yeah, but you don't
Oh my
build
gosh.
your mechs.
That is true. You modify
Oh,
them.
but yeah, you modify them. But yeah, no, I mean like
Anthem.
I'm just bringing it up because the gameplay was really fun, but everything else was just wonky, and I'm still
Yeah.
angry about that.
I mean, they didn't know what game they were making until the trailer was released. Like,
That was
yeah,
Yeah,
that was a lesson in how to not have a successful game.
Yeah.
I mean, BioWare is
It-
learning that multiple times currently, but let's
It,
not get into that.
why? Okay, if you have the whole saying goes like, if you know, it's fine if you make a mistake as long as you learn from it. But if you have making the same mistake over and over again,
Then no one was learning from it.
exactly.
Yeah. They,
Saying checks out.
it's unfortunate because BioWare is there are talented people there. Like the Veilguard. Veilguard is a respectable game and comes with like the gameplay and there's actually some good moments in the game that I've seen. But the presentation of the beginning and the pace of the beginning kind of like of course obviously a lot of people are jumping on that. So
The thing
it's
is,
just
the last like 3 games of them I have in my mind are Andromeda, Anthem, and Veilguard, and those just straight up had direction problems.
mhm.
And they all had great elements, and if you like the direction the game went in and could like zone out the stuff that was yanked, they were all fun, but they could have all been great, and that's a problem.
Yeah. Comparative to what they've made before, the original Mass Effect trilogy, especially for me, Mass Effect peaked at the DLC where you got the apartment. Like that was their magnum opus.
Yeah,
Um,
Citadel
Citadel was
insanely
great.
good. Citadel.
I kind
So
of feel like BioWare lately gives up too easily.
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
most of the it's less BioWare. I think it's EA. I mean, it's just
Well,
that's what
yeah,
it feels like.
It's probably EA, yeah.
Because it's
But-
like they just got like most of the people that like they laid off a bunch of people even before like their next plans. So just like our Lord and Savior Larian Studios was stating it's like that's like throwing the captain off a ship like before so
So a funny thing about that Larian did, right? When they finished, when they were doing BG3 and they finished BG3, they had to take on way more people, way more people than they normally would, right? And they added to their staff an additional almost 200 people
oh,
to their
wow.
studio. Huge. And they originally didn't want to do that. They originally wanted to keep it at the size at which they wanted to run at, or the size at which they had, and make their game, right? Because they didn't want to lay anyone off after the game was over, right? They wanted to keep everyone because now you have all these trained people who you also know and who you also have worked with consistently, and so you don't need to bring everyone back up, and you don't need to get to know anyone. And so and everyone's on the same is relatively on the same page. And they were like, well, we don't want to do that. And there was troubles with with its with BG3's release where they were worried it wasn't gonna Sven had to put up his house and stuff like that for as collateral to get more funding for the game, like up to the last minute. But the major thing that they did there was they were like, man, they didn't want to do that because they didn't want to lay people off, but they had to do it anyways. And by doing so, they decided, okay, we're not going to lay anyone off. We're just going to make 2 games at the same time. We're gonna make our next Divinity game, and then we're gonna make another game.
They didn't confirm that the next one is Divinity.
Oh yeah.
Just
Well,
don't
they're-
want to put it out there for expectations. It's
Oh,
a
true,
big one.
true.
They never said it is Divinity. Everyone thinks it is. It would make sense, but
Yeah. But anyways, they're making 2 games with that at the same time, and they just split the studio in half to work on it.
Yeah.
I think the thing they did say is their own IPs, plural. So
yes.
Yeah.
Divinity or something new, maybe.
One of
not.
them is a new one, and it's been heavily hinted that it's science fiction.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
mentioned that he wanted to do science fiction, so I'm like,
Yeah.
ooh.
I mean,
Um,
I mean, Larian has been making Divinity games like before I was born.
Yeah.
So, like, kind of nuts how long they've been doing this for.
Mm.
Because Divinity is a series as a whole.
Yeah, I love the trailer for like one of the original ones. It's on Steam, and it just has these people. It's in the theme of that Halo trailer of like hope, and it's just people talking about how this game has changed their life. it's like such a satire, but it's so funny. It's a fantastic trailer. I loved it. So
There's a what's it called? For there's the Divinity game that was actually really good. It actually has really good like it's got a really good story, and there's like a lot of choices you can make on your own that are really
Oh.
really poignant.
I found the
that,
trailer.
that changed the game, but basically you play as a dragon that has rockets on its back. Like
Oh yeah.
yeah. And apparently that one's really good.
I think my favorite Divinity game was the one where they got so much backlash from their fans they actually had to go back and create DLC because so many people were so pissed off at the ending. It was Divinity 2. That was it.
Mm,
Yeah.
Divinity Original Sin 2
Wait,
or
we were talking
Divinity
Mass
2?
Effect trilogy?
Divinity 2.
Ah,
yeah, not Original Sin, the Divinity 2.
Yeah. That was hilarious. I don't want to give any spoilers for it, even though the game came out in like the 90s. So, but yeah, like it had a twist ending. It also involved dragons and stuff like that, and basically it was like 100-something hours of gameplay, and then you get to the end, and the ending they pulled, everyone was just like basically felt like they just slapped him across the face and gave him the finger. And so they had to create a DLC to basically be like, sorry guys, here's the happy ending.
That's amazing. But yeah, this trailer in the background, it's like, yeah, it's just like it's so serious, and it's like, and then it's like how this game has changed their life, and there's people like they had to find it. There are people like it's like, oh, I lost my house, my dog died, and whatever, and then it's just now it's available on Steam. It's like what? Like, what is the point of this trailer? It's great. So, all right. So, but yeah, that's pretty much what we've been doing, I guess, in a nutshell. I mean, Jordan, have you had anything exciting happen this month for you that you've been that you
I've
want to
been
talk about?
prepping basically for Historicon, which I'm going to next month. Everything's all set for that one. They've
Nice.
released some of the schedule for that, so I have a few demo games I'm already prepped to play for.
Okay.
I was able to finish a bunch of games finally, so and pretty much last night I finally was able to get to a title I've been wanting to get to for a while called Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion.
huh?
Which is a fun little indie game about a mutant turnip who has a sword, and it's basically a Zelda clone, but in the veins of Zelda: Link to the Past. And he has to do a bunch of quests for the mayor of the town because he is behind. He never paid his taxes and is basically otherwise would be committing tax evasion. And the bosses are the IRS. It's very very much Adventure Time, the theme of it, because it does this really stupid this is it right here. It's this really fun art style, very stupid premise game that's just like completely out there, and then like in the final chapter of the game it just becomes super dark and reality based, where
Oh
it's
my
like
God.
this is all because of a nuclear war and humans are all dead. And so yeah, it goes full Adventure Time right at the end.
What
But
the heck?
yeah, it is basically it is what you are seeing as we sit here. It's
Okay.
really really fun, and it was about like 4 or 5 hours, but it is a really really awesome Zelda clone. They've made a sequel to this, but it was a full one person development studio, and it just was wildly entertaining.
I love the name. I love the name. Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion.
Yes,
Okay.
the sequel to it is Turnip Boy Commits Armed Robbery.
God damn it.
Oh my god.
I,
I guess
That's
they
good.
couldn't do Grand Theft Auto because of the lawsuit.
I don't know. I clearly they are apparently this is now a series, and each one is going to be themed on a major crime that on a felony that the Turnip Boy commits.
God damn it, boy.
Commits, what is it, armed robbery? I'm just gonna look this up.
Yeah, Turnip Boy. I think it's Turnip Boy commits armed robbery or something like that.
Turnip Boy commits manslaughter. Okay, now Turnip Boy is back with a gun.
Yes, yes, it's a bullet. It's a bullet hell.
Oh,
Whereas the
no.
first one's a Zelda clone, the second one is a bullet hell.
Oh no, it's Turnip Boy robs a bank.
Turnip Boy robs a bank.
Robs a bank. Okay,
The hell?
we're looking this up live as you. There's a trailer for this. What? So they turn it into a bullet hell. Okay.
Yes. You meet the Pickle Gang in the original one who you help free, and yep.
It's like we're so enthralled by the story. Oh, he has a gun.
I like that they keep the lore consistent. It's very important.
Yes. Yes, they've created lore for a sentient turnip, and now he has a gun.
Okay. I like that they're trying different games too, like different style of games.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. Oh, the cops are donuts. All right, let's
Yes.
go.
You know what that reminds me of? There was this really fun game genre mix. There is no game. Has anybody of you played that?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it reminds me of because it's kind of genius and an homage to a lot of retro and classic games. And so yeah, I think I would totally dig this.
Yeah, it was last year or 2 years ago, so not
Yeah.
bad. It's pretty new. Okay. All right. So last call. Does anyone have anything else we wanna talk about before we take a bit of a break, stretch our legs, get some water, and get into our main topic?
No, that's everything I want to do.
All right. So let us take a quick break, about 5-10 minutes or so. We'll
10
jump
minutes
into
would be
our
good.
we'll jump into our 10 we'll jump into our main topic. We'll go over some of the tools, basically tools of the trade that we use for tabletop gaming things. We can kind of bring those in and see how those. I mean, modding tools, all sorts of things. You know, there's all sorts of things that we can do. I have a lot of Foundry modules unchecked. So we're going to see how Pathfinder without any modules looks like, which will be fun.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
So, all right. So we'll see you guys in a bit. Thanks for sticking around with us so far. And we'll be back. And thus Ohio was founded. Sorry.
Ah,
I'm pretty sure it was found before it was founded.
This is true.
I mean the debug state. As a person who's been to Ohio, it kind of looked like a debug state.
So, welcome. We're back from break. Glad to see everyone is here. Hopefully, everyone stretched, had a drink, hydrated. Make sure we also hydrate. Frax, hydrate. So, not sure if
Hydrate or
he's-
dihydrate.
hydrate. So we're gonna get into our main topic, which is gonna be tools of the trade, DM tools. So we're gonna go over some of the tools that we use for our game, some of the tools that we've been recommended by some of the community members. So there might be some tools that we may not be completely like pros at, but we'll look into them and see what they can do and kind of play around with it. Just spend a few minutes on each, and if we have some personal experience with them, we will. And of course, talk about whether they're free or if they cost, the quote unquote the barrier of entry for buying it. So that being said, we're going to start with, I believe, Core. You have a tool that you wanted to bring up, so I'll give it to you.
It's a tool I've used during a phase where we did all of our games online a few years back, and yeah, it's the big selling point for this tool is it's absolutely free. It's still in active development, and it's called Map Tool. It's a tool for sharing your map online with your players. Like I think a lot of people know about Roll20 and Foundry and everything. Map Tool kind of tried doing and is doing the same thing, but it's completely free, no ticket price, no subscription cost, no nothing. It is a bit more technically involved and doesn't look as pretty as maybe the newer Foundry versions or Roll20's next rework, but it's very serviceable and I used it for a lot of games. I just pulled up my old campaign. This was the start to Descent into Avernus. There's a nice dungeon, the Dungeon of the Dead 3. And yeah, basically this tool can have character tokens that are moving on a map, and it has full vision, like it actually has vision tracking. If you can see the white outlines, that's the vision areas of the characters I'm mousing over. And you can actually track movement. And this character is my dear wifey's mage, and since she's a human, she doesn't have dark vision. So her vision is only this area here illuminated by a torch that the rogue is carrying, and this little split areas here that are illuminated by a torch. And if you take a character that has actual dark vision, they can see the whole room. So yeah,
Oh.
you can basically have a fully functional map. And the thing that it also offers that these tools offer is targeting for spells. Like if you want to target a 30-foot circle or a cone, you can also do that with this. So everything that you would do on an actual map, you can see here. As I said, it's a bit more tricky about removing shit. It's not as intuitive as Roll20 or Foundry. But you can make this tool work, and as I said, it's completely free. And yeah, you basically the tool works with having a token, hidden object, and background layer, where you place things to model your map. And for the lighting, you have to make a stamp basically that tells you what's opaque and what's not. That's a lot of manual work if you do it for your own maps, but it has a feature for that I'll get into very shortly.
A really cool one.
Yeah, actually. So that's basically how the tool works. It also has a chat function where you can chat as players, like you might know from the different programs you can. As a DM, you can also impersonate NPCs. For example, this is the famous death set of Bard, and I can just go, yeah, I'm gonna impersonate this NPC. And then I can do this. Haha. I'm way more dangerous than TR5.
Oh, okay.
Everybody who knows this mob will agree.
Yeah.
And then I'm basically impersonating this mob in the chat. It also has the classic roll expressions that you know from those kind of tools, where I can go like, yeah, I want to roll 3d6, and I get a result for that. I recently found out it also has roll expressions for Shadowrun 4th and 5th edition.
Okay.
And yeah, the characters also have stat sheets where you can set their vision properties and a stat sheet. The thing is, here it gets a bit finicky. It doesn't implement any systems, but MapTool has a lot of online resources. It has a very good wiki, and it has an active Discord. And if you know how to Google, you can find answers to pretty much every question you have for the system. It also has an initiative tracker, like if you put some characters into initiative, add to initiative, you can actually have an initiative tracker. But I must admit, I just pulled this campaign up from, I think, 4 years back, so I'm not super firm with everything anymore. But yeah, basically it does a lot of what the current state-of-the-art tools do, but absolutely free. It's available on rpgtools.net, and you can get the application for Windows, Mac, and Linux. They have built for all 3 major operating systems.
That's
Not
nice. That's
available on
cool. They got
mobile though. Yeah, so but it's an application, so you have to install it. You have to have a bit of basic networking knowledge to connect different games together. And one really cool feature for the M's that go like, yeah, but making this manually sounds like a lot of work. MapTool actually supports the universal VTT format, which is a format for maps that basically all of the current popular VTTs use.
Mhm.
And I can show that real quick. I have a Curse of Strahd game that I currently run on Foundry. And for that, I have gotten a very basic beginner map for the campaign, and I can just import the VTT file. And here I can go, will this map have vision? Yes, it's a day. The lighting comes from over top. But I want to have a black background, not the golf court. And I can say, make me this map. And then I have a nice map of a encampment. And there's not a lot of actual buildings, but if I put on the tool for walls, you can see that the walls are actually pre-drawn here. That's what the VTT file does. It has the map, the size, and all walls, doors, glass panes, and everything. That's coded into the VTT file, so you can just import a completely playable map. And if I pull a token on here for a player, that should be on the token map, and I tell her, yes, she has vision. Oh, but I do have to start the game. Give me a second. Oh, I'm already running a server. Okay. There's a bit of scuff involved, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's a bit more technical than the current tools. But yeah, it works perfectly well. Yeah, and there we go. Now we have a lighting. And it actually works out of the box with the VTT maps. So you can just import those and use those like on Roll20 or Foundry. So it is pretty up to snuff for a free product. Yeah, that's basically everything about MapTool. As I said, it's a bit to get into, but that's also very true for Foundry and Roll20.
Speaking of perfect segue, Roll20. I believe that is one of the tools that we wanted to talk to, but this is actually really cool. Like when you showed me this, I'm like, wow, that
Yeah,
I might have gotten into that before Foundry and whatnot back in the day. Had I known about it. So
yeah, I mean
just
the thing is you have to substitute this with like proper character building tools because it has no really convenient way to track in-game characters, but there's free tools for that too. And also there's Discord bots for some other tools which you could use to do the actual combat. So you could completely cover all your needs with like Discord and the free bot and this tool. And this thing, in theory, that will be very interesting for Rain, has a modding AP, so you can actually mod this, and there's a community for that.
Oh, okay.
And there's like mod packs, so you can actually you can do macros. It can play sounds, like it can play music, but it's a bit more programmy than the others are. But yeah, as I said, it's a free tool. If you have time and like tinkering with things like that, this might be totally down your alley.
Cool.
And
Cool.
the big advantage is this instance of map tool currently needs 8 gigabyte of RAM, so it's pretty lightweight. This will run on basically a potato, which can also be an advantage.
This is true. Because that is definitely a negative for some of the VTTs.
Yeah.
Pounder, which, as much as I love it, can chug on some of the systems. So
Well, my friend runs his foundry on a potato, and it works.
it does. Then you start adding animations and other things and start going crazy, and
I mean,
that's
yeah,
when
if you start adding mods to it, not everyone needs to be so mod built.
yes, this is something that I will do my best to try to figure out the best balance, because sometimes too much is too much. But
But yeah, that's the tinkering aspect, and every one of those tools has that aspect. You
yeah,
won't
everyone. Yeah.
get around that.
So
Yeah, that reminds me. On topic, this runs on a potato. I used a tablet and a monitor to have a on-table map for our first game back out of the lockdown, and we did it on our patio under the big uh, uh, sunscreen we have outside, and it was really nice. I basically had just an old monitor hooked up and laid it flat on the table and had a tablet with map tool running, and I could do the whole map on that.
nice.
So yeah, it's a really nice, absolutely free tool that can check a lot of the boxes that people use the others for.
Cool. Definitely, thanks for bringing that up, because that could also be, that's something that we'll have. I think I'll at some point I'll put a link of all the tools that we talk about, because we do have
Yeah.
a little folder on our website. So some of the tools that we talked about. So if somebody is interested in, like, I want to try the DM tools, we'll have a link to it. Might as well. We're not being sponsored by anyone, but if these are tools that we use, this is just a gateway for you guys to get into the hobby. Why not? So absolutely, thanks.
Yeah.
All right, so our next on the docket, which we may have to push back a bit, because I'm not sure if, because I believe it was Frax was going to talk about this, but I don't know if Frax got hit with an EMP bomb or something, so I'm not sure if he's here. Oh, there you are.
I should be here.
Yeah, there you go. I believe it was you that was going to segue into Roll20. Am I correct?
Ah, yes, Roll20.
Uh,
My beloved, my favorite enemy. Uh, I don't have much to show for it though, but I think most people know Roll20. If not, it's free. You can just make an account, have a look yourself, so it's very easy. Which is by far also like the first and strongest point of it. It's free. That means both for players, for DMs. If you want to have the official books of your TTRPGs, you do need to pay for those, but you can play anything just fine without spending any money. You'll just have to enter stuff like player features and NPCs and all manually, which is not too bad. It has a decent interface for that. Sometimes a little wonky, but it's fairly self-explanatory. The DM interface is functional. It does what it needs to do. The only thing that might be a little finicky now and then is to get maps to align with the grids. But I feel like that's a classic struggle for almost every VTT.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Foundry that has a specific tool for it still can be finicky, because we know, because the
Oh
Lancer.
Yeah.
Lancer.
It's easier to set up a map for a square grid than it is for a hex grid.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes
definitely true.
hex grid involves a little math sometimes.
Yeah. Roll20 does have a tool for it, but it doesn't always work as smoothly. The one time I tried making like a game on there, most of the time was struggling to make the map align. In the end, I decided to just not have a grid and just tell people use the squares that you see. Works well enough. That's kind of the thing. And I do have to say that's all with the old version of Roll20 that a lot of people might know. They are actually overhauling a lot of it with what they call Project Jumpgate, which is currently in beta testing, which has new and improved character sheets, better DM interface, like, a whole slew of changes behind the scenes. It's pretty impressive. I like the new sheet a lot. It's still a little buggy because it's in beta, but it's more clear. I will always shill for anyone who makes their ability sheets in any TTRPG sort alphabetically and by attributes. So you can go to the list and be like, okay, I need medicine, for example, for D&D, I need medicine, so I go to wisdom and then to M. That's nice. Um, yeah, that's really what there is to be said about it. It's good. It's there. It's accessible. It's free. It. If you want to start any group with a TTRPG online and you don't want to commit any resources yet, I think Roll20 is your best option. There's a few paid features like shadows on maps and stuff, but you don't need that if you're just starting out.
Actually, on the video, I have the Roll20 jump gate. Looks like. So if you want to have that in the background showing, that's kind of cool. So yeah, that's definitely nice to see Roll20 finally trying to update.
Yeah.
Because I think that was one of the biggest kind of criticisms is that they were one of the first ones, but they didn't really innovate,
Yeah.
add a lot of features. So
Yeah, they've been around for a while. They're kind of the old reliable of VTTs, in my opinion. And for a long time, it didn't feel like they did a lot. But now they've been updating more and more. Like you got Project Jump Gates to really redo the entire thing. They recently integrated into Discord as well. So if you are in a Discord call, you can go to activities and start a Roll20 session from there, just in the call, which is really convenient. It's again a way to make the system really accessible, the VTT. And for systems, I forgot to mention, it supports basically anything. There's sheets out there for all the major TTRPG systems like D&D, Pathfinder, Lancer. Maps, well, a map is not system specific, so that works for just about anything. I'm pretty sure there's Shadowrun on there as well. Like,
yeah,
it,
I've seen people play it on there. I know for Pathfinder, it's kind of painful, the character sheets, but it works. So
yeah, the sheets were a bit of a negative for D&D as well in the beginning, because a lot of the advanced settings that you might need to fill with were behind the screen. Like, for example, if you needed to add expertise to a skill, you actually had to go into the settings of your sheet and then manually adjust and stuff, being able to just click a button. But that's one of the things that they're really fixing with Project Jumpgate. At least for D&D, I haven't seen how the changes look for other systems, but
mhm.
I assume that they're not specializing now. So it's probably going to be good for everyone.
Yeah, it looks like they're adding a lot of things that like I'm looking at. There was like a multiverse sheet. There's the sheet for whatever this system is. So they have like they're really focusing on the presentation, which is huge, because that's like if you can't navigate and you don't know where to go to click buttons and it's really difficult,
Yeah.
it's hard to get people to maintain. And I know this because running at the library, sometimes we get people that just walk in and just want to play, but then they don't know what they're hitting and they get lost and they get disincentivized to stay playing and whatnot. So having something, especially with a nice presentation, maybe with colors, things you could edit, that's super
Mm-hmm.
beneficial. So that's a very
Absolutely.
smart move by Roll20.
Like,
And
one of the biggest changes that I want to highlight that is like it's a really silly one, but normally in Roll20, when you set up a sheet, it will automatically roll with advantage on every roll until you turn that off, like in the settings of the sheet. They turned that into a button at the top of the sheet that's just there, so you can just always switch between the different. Like, do I want to always roll advantage? Never. Do I want it to ask me every time? Like, that's just nice, available up there.
mm,
Same with whispered rolls or non-whispered rolls. that's
Yeah.
right next to it, so it's
That's
vastly
nice.
improved.
That's still it's still not as good as Foundry. I do like the Foundry thing, that the pop up,
Yeah,
where
no,
you can
you can make
you
it do
can
that.
where you can have yeah, if you can do it too, because that's really cool. Where you can add like, oh, I want to add 1d4 of acid, and then let me get a +2 circumstance bonus, and like I do like that little pop up. So if they do that, that's awesome. So, or if you just want to roll it normally, you just hit shift and roll, and just rolls it normally for you
Yeah.
without asking. So
Yeah, the support for third-party programs. That's what Kel brings up in chat. They, yeah, with Jumpgate, they're adding a lot of support for third-party stuff like mod scripts. I think it was briefly in the video as well. So they're not trying to compete with all of the others that are out there. They're trying to do their own thing and trying to work together. And I think, yeah, like Kel says, is probably the best option to stay in their niche. I guess it's not really a niche.
no, I mean Roll20 probably is one of the biggest, if not up there. Like, yes, I use Foundry, but I think more people use Roll20 than Foundry. And
Probably. Roll20 does benefit from the fact that you can, like, literally, if you're like, I want to play a D&D game and I've got no one, you can go to Roll20 and just browse games. Like, if there's games open, you can try applying to them. And like, I don't think there's no other VTT that I know that has a lobby browser, for example.
Fantasy Grounds does.
Oh well,
Yeah.
that's another one. That's why I
that's
said
what we're
that
here
I know,
for.
because I don't know that one.
That's actually the Roll20 picking games. That's where we met Solzy and Dorn. So they actually joined a pickup game on Roll20. So that's interesting. Some of our more prominent community members, especially Solzy, who's on the podcast and helps, was a part of a pickup game that they joined. So that's really interesting. So,
Imagine joining a pickup game on Roll20, not knowing that like several years later you'll get relentlessly bullied with Gen Alpha speak on the regular.
I know she probably would have enjoyed if she knew that.
Yeah.
That being said, we did talk about Roll20 that has free features. There's also paid features. We can always come back to it if you would like, or we can just kind of move on because we want to make sure that we are maintaining a decent pace because there's a lot of tools we want to go over.
The paid features I can briefly mention. I don't know a lot of them though, so that's a bit of a disclaimer. So if you know more about that, feel free to add in.
Not at all.
Map shadows, like I said, are a paid feature. General storage space, because you store things on their end. So if you pay, you get more storage space for different maps, tokens, whatever, like things that take physical disk space. The books for any system that you would want to just implement, like they have a compendium feature, so that, for example, if I buy the D&D Players Handbook and I host a game, then my players could just drag the features they want from the book onto their sheets. They don't need to enter anything, so it's a lot of quality of life there. But one person does need to actually buy the things. Then it does share with everyone else in the game, which is nice. Aside from that, what were the other paid features again?
It's okay if we don't know them all. We can always move back and come back to it. But yeah,
there was a bunch of like more customization style kind of things that I don't exactly know. I think Project Jumpgate at the moment might be technically paid because it's in beta, and I don't think everyone.
Yeah, it might be worth waiting to because some features might be free for this, some features might not be. So yeah, but definitely there are some quality of life features that are paid.
Yeah, it has ads in the free version. I forgot about that because I've got an ad blocker, but it does have ads in the free version.
Yeah, because you do not, because we don't. We support our Big Papa Jeff Bezos. We love you. Praise be. No,
ad blockers don't work on Twitch. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
We're safe.
But yeah, okay. Well, hey, thanks for that wrap up and a recap. That's good to know. It's also very exciting to know that Roll20 is actually making some steps to improve its presentation. That's always really good. Competition is fantastic. So And it does, just because Roll20 and just because Foundry exists, Roll20 is allowed to exist as well, and vice versa. You can use both. That's fine. So let's move on. Next on the list, I'm gonna talk about it briefly because we've brought it up before, but I have it on my screen still, Artsy. So we're gonna switch to mine or stay on mine. Is Path Builder. So we talked about character sheets, and how, for example, character sheets are a huge feature of presentation and whatnot. So Path Builder is a character sheet or a character creator, or just basically a way to make your characters for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, which can be very daunting because of the amount of options. I mean, I had a kid show up to the library, and he was making a Pathfinder character. And our first question is, what race do you want to play? And he goes, well, what race do you have? I clicked this button and did this, and his jaw dropped. And it was like, and so now imagine if it wasn't like, because I'll say D&D Beyond is really good with this too, or this, and he had like books of the different classes, so races. So it kind of does where you can actually pick, you can actually hit the button, which opens up the Archives of Nethys article to read it, which is a really cool feature. And this is good for DMs as well, because a lot of times it's a good way for us to maybe map out a quick NPC and maybe pull a couple of feats and say, okay, this is kind of how they're going to play, or just map out like, okay, this character, if I give them this feat, how is it going to affect their sheet and their rolls?
Yeah, knowing your player characters is important. That you know what kind of bullshit they can do and how you need to account or not account for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
hey,
the cool. Oh,
nice
go ahead.
manipulated move action you got there.
Yes. Yes. And one of the cool things about this, which makes this a lot easier, for example, is there's a lot of feats, but if you go in here, this will say there's a whole list of ancestry feats, but the ones you have are able to get are up top, and the ones you're not like overwhelmed. So you can like, oh, okay, I got a couple. You can click, read it, pick which one sounds cool. Like, I want a reincarnation feat, but I don't know what the reincarnation feats are. Okay, I click this. Now there's another drop down. It gives you all the reincarnation feats, but it tells you what you're eligible for and whatnot. And this, of course, if it was level 5 and I pick which, so it just basically makes it more of like you're just picking from things, and they do a good way of separating. So it's really good. It's good for DMs as a way to check to see balance, check to see like where should a certain character be by level 6 or 7. Like, hey, here's my cleric. Okay, what's the cleric? What is, if I'm DMing my cleric, what is he getting at level 8? Okay, he's getting, and this is what I do a lot. It's like, oh, he's getting this and this. Okay, maybe I'm gonna keep that in mind when I make a map. I'm going to make a map that if he has like a move that allows him to move faster, maybe I'm going to have more wide open maps. Or if he has a feat that lets him not be flanked when he's near stone, maybe have areas of choke points and things where he can do things, a certain somebody, for example. And it's just something to be conscious of, and it helps a DM kind of get an idea of like, okay, what can he get at level 9? Okay, he can get these kind of things. All right, so I got an idea. So you're not like, you go into a game and you're like, all right, the dragon breathes fire on you, and you'll, oh, well, no, I'm immune to fire, and I actually have a thing where I can reflect it back for double the damage. I'm like, what's the name of that feat? And I'll be like, oh wait, no, that's a level 20 feat, dude. You're level 6. Don't, no. So that way you can kind of like make sure that everyone's on the same page. So just figured I'd give Path Builder a free shout out. It is free. What is not free are the advanced options. So free archetype and those kind of things. There's extra things that aren't free. Pets. If you have a class that have pets, those aren't free. But basically everything is free because, of course, the SRD is free. And pets are not a big deal because you can just use the SRD and make your pet there. And free archetype, you can just make, which gives you an extra feat for archetypes. You could just use class feat and then have a second sheet and just say, okay, this is what I would pick if I had that because it's just an extra class feat technically
I mean,
for just archetypes. So
isn't the paid version of this also like $2?
5.
$5, yeah. It's
So it's not much. I would say definitely. I mean,
it's very affordable.
Yeah, super affordable. It's really nice. This dude has basically put the ease of introduction and presentation of Pathfinder. He's carrying that on his back. I think it's one developer himself. And I think this really helped when I was attempting to try to gain players. I think being able to have Path Builder is one of the reasons why I know Frax, it helped you get into it because you're like, oh, I could make a character sheet, play around, and I can understand it.
Oh yeah, yeah. My first time with Pathfinder was just opening Archives of Nethys, which is like the big site that has all of the information in a kind of dated UI. And it's very complete, and once you get into the system, it's definitely good. But as a first-time player, I was looking at that like, whereas Path Builder is very intuitive, in my opinion. Like it's all sorted by level, and it's you click your class, and then it gives you the feats for that class and for those levels, and it works really well. It does what it needs to do, nothing more, nothing less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's really good for like weapons and armor. You can kind of see like, okay, what do I get? Potency rune. Okay, at this one I should be getting this because I'm level X, and you can buy it, give it. So it's really cool. So just a shout out, Path Builder. So all right. So now that that's underway, I believe next on our docket is going to be Chummer. And of course, with all the talk of Shadowrun and all the stories of how much he enjoys Shadowrun, running it, playing it, and all that, I believe it's time to let out our resident Shadowrun demon. So Frax, take it away. No, I'm sorry. Joking. It's Core. Core?
Yeah, who might that be? It's not like that I've played a 6-year Shadowrun campaign and I'm 2 years into the second one. Yeah, so basically what Charmer is a completely free application-based, though, character builder for Shadowrun 5th edition. We have built a Shadowrunified version of Adira on this channel, so you might find the VOD on our YouTube.
Yeah.
And basically what it does, it gives you an option to build and manage your character. I pulled up my character for the second campaign. So basically you, after the build process, which is also, you can set homebrew rules in this. If you know what a CSS is, you can actually homebrew in this pretty easily because the thing is, Charmer has all the technical rules for Shadowrun, but none of the rules texts because of copyright. But what Charmer does that is cool, if you own the PDFs for Shadowrun 5 legally, you can put them in a folder and tell Charmer, hey, the PDFs are here. And then you can actually click something that has a page link and it will pull up the PDF on the appropriate page. So if you have the legal PDFs for Shadowrun, you can actually just pull off all the rules in Charmer. And it also has a really nice printable view of the character sheets. That's my current Summoner Mage for my Shadowrun 5 game. And what Frax will appreciate, because we talked about this, Shadowrun has a metric butt ton of skills. And Charmer actually lets you choose how to group those.
Oh, yeah, please.
It lets you go by rating, by alphabet, by grouping. Don't show those I am not skilled in, like I have 0 points in. So you can actually compress those immensely and have them displayed however you like them. And
That's
what's a
very
fun
nice.
thing for GMs that you can also do, you can have a dossier of your character. That's like a police or agency file on your character that just has the backstory and the notes on the character with a nice like typewriter typeset. So you can basically go like, yeah, the cops would have this on the character. Also, this is all in German because we're playing on a German table. I'm sorry. And yeah, there's a game master summary for the characters. That's just the most important things: base stats, what they have on skills. So you can have different printable versions of the characters. And what's really nice with Chummer is it has an export in a JSON format. So if you plan in playing on Foundry, Foundry can import Chummer characters, which is a very big plus. I mean, the look like classified CIA files is exactly the point, because that's what they would be. So yeah, I really like Chummer as a tool. And honestly, without this, I wouldn't have started Shadowrun. Because damn. And yeah,
it took
you
me
can
my
find
first
Chummer 5 on GitHub. And I think the actual maintainer of Chummer, which is also this one dude, has a active Reddit account. I think it's called Chummer 5 is Alive. Yeah, which is a nice movie reference by the side. But yeah, Google gives you a lot of tips on how to use it if you have problems with it. I have homebrew on a few characters in there that works still perfectly fine. And yeah, if it can set homebrew rules, you can check mark which books you have and you select skills and everything. So you can go like, I only want the things available that I actually have. So yeah, it's the most comprehensive character builder for Shadowrun, I'd say. And yeah, absolutely free.
Yeah, it was pretty easy to make the character. Well, I mean, it took a lot of time, but it was easy to follow along.
I mean, without that, it took me making without that. It took me 12 hours to make one fucking character.
Yeah, because it's a lot of math if you don't have Chummer doing it for you.
A lot
Because
of math and a lot
yeah.
of flipping through books and reading stuff, and for a first-time player, yeah, Chummer is the way to go.
And I think the thing is, if you have a character concept, because Shadowrun 5 is a completely classless system,
Mhm.
so you have a complete free build system. If you go like, yeah, this isn't working out, I want to redo some stuff, and if you have all your math on a piece of paper, you're gonna throw it away and go like, I'm done with this. But with Chummer, you can just roll back certain things and try a new approach, and it's pretty easy to keep most of your settings with just tweaking. Like, tweaking is super easy in Chummer, which, if you do it on paper, is insanely hard.
I remember the first time I played Shadowrun, because I did play it for like a couple of weeks with a friend. He had everything on like a Google Doc, and that's how we kept our characters. And it was like I gave him a concept of a character, and they sort of just we spent the entirety of the first session, which we were there for a good like 8 hours, just making everyone just making their characters. They already had an idea. I kind of was like, oh, I don't know what I want to play. I want to be an orc with a bow. So it's like, okay. So
Oh yeah, bow without specific books is, oof. Bow is hard.
Yeah, for 5th edition bow, you need either hard targets or forbidden alchemy. I've played way too much Shadowrun.
okay.
See,
Yeah,
I would say Shadowrun if people would actually like run it, but
yeah, the variable draw strength bow is in hard targets, and the magical rules for miss at bow is in forbidden alchemy. Because I might have made an archer for someone that's currently listening.
I wasn't even thinking that. I'm thinking I can play Ted Nugent in Shadowrun.
yeah.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Just for weird character concepts, we currently have a dude in our party that's based on a 90s German TV show. And basically it was a karaoke TV show, and basically the dude is the heir of that family fortune, and he has a karaoke machine empire, but he's bored, so he runs the shadows. And he's our face. so you can play the wildest character concepts in Shadowrun. And yeah, that's also a thing when you go like, yeah, I don't know how to build this. You just click through Charmer and go like, what feats do something for me? Maybe. And you just filter them and look through them and read through them. And if you have the PDFs to back you up, you just go like, oh, what does this do? This sounds interesting.
One of
That's-
one of my friends played a vigilante or quote unquote vigilante superhero who would stream and had like a social media profile. And so they would like take pictures after they'd like finish a run and be like, hey guys, just finished beating up the local crime gang and stuff like that. And
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's a mechanic for actual fame.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, that gets you in hot water really fucking quick, but it's fun to play.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that's it for Charmer because it's like, yeah, this is a character generation tool for this system, and it's free and awesome, and imports into Foundry.
Fantastic.
I have another one of those.
Go for it. I believe the next one is yours as well, right?
Yeah, that's the other tool I want to talk about. Let me quickly switch the stream. Because yeah, the other system I keep name dropping is the Dark Eye, which has finally released in English in 5th edition. It's an ancient, really, it's as old as D&D. German TTRPG that's I've explained it with, it's more like Witcher tech level with very real world inspired cultures and worlds, just a bit differently arranged on a couple continents. And 5th edition D&D got a full free character generation app where you can make heroes. And it's called Optolith. You can download it. I think it's either on the publisher website, Ulysses Games, or it's on DriveThru RPG as a pay what you want download, so free. And basically, yeah, you can make a character and you can basically go, okay, I want to start with XYZ amount of build points, and you can choose which rulebooks you want to use, like which books you have. You can go, yeah, I have all books, or no, I only have the core rules, the Almanac, and the Armory of the Warring Kingdoms, and I have the Armory 1 and Magic 1 and Gods 1. That's maybe the books you have, and then you can go, and then you can, as in every character build, choose your race. And the Dark Eye doesn't have a class system, so you just basically choose your kids, and it basically gives you what rules apply for this race and what page they're on. And yeah, the funny thing with Dark Eye is it has a race, which just means your biological marker, and then it has a culture where you grew up, which would be equivalent to the 5th edition or Pathfinder background. Or with Pathfinder, it's more ancestry, maybe. And yeah, you can basically go through the build process. That's very like easy to go through. And you can also completely unlock this and go like, no, I'm gonna build this myself. Like these are profession packs for your profession. But you can also completely individually build all the skills you have and everything. Because I think there should be a free build option, but I'm gonna take something. Something random to go along. Because yeah, that should be it, and then you usually get to you're gonna make a dwarf party, and then you can get to choose your odds and ends. And basically it's a very click-through character builder that you can easily work with when you know the rules, and it's completely free. And this also exports into the official Foundry module, which exists for the Dark Eye 5th edition. So yeah, again, a free character builder that you can use for your own table or use for a popular VTT. I'm not gonna go too deep into it because it's an obscure system, but I just wanted to say, if there's a system you want to find a character builder for, there likely is one out there. yeah, I don't want to go too
Yeah.
deep into this because it's a pretty obscure system that I adore, but yeah.
It's definitely something that I do want to try at some point. But yeah, absolutely.
I do have all the modules. I promise people Shadowrun and the Dark Eye games, and I'm not finding the time, but I will get around to it someday. I'm sorry, Frax.
Soon.
Listen, I have been fiending for Shadowrun for forever. If someone ever ran that.
Yeah, the thing is for Shadowrun, I put up a Foundry, but then I had to go through 3 update cycles that broke a lot of shit before I was finished. So yeah. But yeah, I'll get to it at some point. But yeah, that's the 2 character builders I wanted to show off at this point. I think
Alright.
the next wait, it's still me, I think.
Was it Alchemy?
Yeah, but we only have a shout out for that because I've been using it as a player.
Mhm.
I was guesting on a stream of a friend of ours or mine, and
I-
it was very nice to use. It had good atmosphere, but I think it was pretty. I don't want to say basic.
I have a video playing on my
Okay,
my VOD that just shows it while you want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So if we would switch to mine, it's ready. Oh yeah, but go for it. Keep going. You're saying so it was pretty.
Yeah, I think Alchemy is a pretty nice. It's an app that you can download, and where you can set up characters with SRD for free. I don't know if it has additional rules available now, but I think it also had a D&D Beyond importer, so I could make my D&D Beyond character with all the things I have on D&D Beyond, and it imported easily with all the things that went further than the SRD, so it can import characters on D&D Beyond that are made with books you own there, or homebrew even. And it has a really nice, it supports maps and movement like the others, and it is really nice. It has like ambience built in, so you can put in rainstorms, fog over the map. So it's a pretty atmospheric and neat looking VTT. I think it's mostly for D&D. I don't know if it supports other systems.
Saw that there was a Call of Cthulhu video too, so I guess they're expanding.
Yeah, but that's also one to keep an eye on. I think it's a buy to own kind of thing. I'm not sure if it's free. It might be as a player. As I said, that was like a year or 2 back, so I don't explicitly know. But it's also a very neat one, so you can look at that if you're interested.
I know me and Morgan used it maybe for a little bit of time to make characters.
Yeah.
Because we had someone who was going to run something for us. We never got around to do it, but we made characters on it. It was nice presentation wise. The sheets were cool. It looked nice. It looks very video game-ish. Like it looks like a UI from a video game, which it's not a bad thing. It's kind of cool. So all right, so that's just a little shout out to Alchemy.
Yeah.
Next up is D&D Beyond.
I think that's
Was-
also on me. So yeah, we can switch to my screen. I think I should have my characters up. Yeah, and
I think a lot
been
of us could
using-
say about D&D Beyond too, because I know I've used it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I have 91 characters. That should tell you everything. Because I'm workshopping a lot of those there.
I'm an abomination who makes his characters in fill-in PDFs.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but let's
I
just
actually
talk
never
about
used D&D Beyond.
character creation on D&D Beyond. The thing is, D&D Beyond gives you the SRD and I think 5 characters for free.
Cool.
And everything else, for more characters, I think you need to have a subscription, and for more options, you need to have the books. In the past, they allowed you to buy books piecemeal, where you could go like, yeah, I can either spend 19 bucks on the book, or I just want this subclass that they sell to me for $3 to use in my campaigns. They stopped doing that with the newer books, but back in the day, you also had the option like if you buy enough piecemeal so that you reach the price of the book, they just give you the book. So it was done in a really cool way back in the day. And what they still offer, if a person has the master tier subscription, you can have a campaign and enable content sharing. You get 3 of those campaigns for a master tier, and every book every person owns is available to everyone in that campaign. So content sharing is really generous still on D&D Beyond. And the character builder is really great.
Yeah, it's very intuitive and has
Yeah, it's super intuitive. It allows you
Yeah.
to take all your options. And you can really click through all of those super easily, and it gives you the appropriate selections for everything. Where you can just go, yeah, I want these skills, and that's the kit that I get.
It reminds me of Path Builder, but Path Builder is more like utilitarian and like
Yeah.
not very flashy. This one is like really nice, but similar style.
Yeah. And yeah, this basically lets you click through all of those options until you have your character done. Let me just click through there real quick. No, wait, that's wrong. There we go. I make a dwarf barbarian, huh? Yeah, and basically you can click through all those choices. And when you're finished, I'm just gonna click those really quickly. Yeah, I think a lot of us know this. And I've skipped over the attributes currently.
I think one of my favorite features is the rolling.
Yeah.
Because it's really fun to roll the characters. I typically am more as a DM a fan of like using some sort of a array or rolled array or something that whatever.
I mean, the problem with 5th edition is the point by array is horribly biased for characters that are mad.
Mhm.
Like if you want to make a monk or barbarian in 5th edition with point by, you're not seeing a feat for your whole life. So I'm not a fan of the point by variant for 5th edition.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's and you can roll things like this with where you go like, yeah, nah. Or things like this. This might still be a fun character. No, it's not. Yeah, okay, we can talk about this.
Okay.
That's a serviceable barbarian.
I mean, who needs intelligence and wisdom?
Yeah.
Or
Anyway,
charisma?
make a wisdom save.
Got it.
Yeah.
So anyway, mind flayers.
Yeah.
So anyway, dominant person, your
Wait,
half
what
elf
did
rogue
I
is looking
miss?
really smashable right now, and I mean with your hammer, go kill him.
What did I miss? I think I have to still hit apply ability scores. I did already at the starting equipment. And there we go. That was a quick build of a dwarf barbarian. And yeah, that's just the character builder. But D&D Beyond is currently adding a lot of cool tools that I really love. They have the encounter builder that I've been using incessantly for my actual at the table games, where I've been playing a Descent into Avernus campaign and a
Okay.
Curse of Strahd one shot, and I have all my encounters of those games saved. So that's all the combats the group ever had. And it has the actual challenge rating calculation for anything, and you can just pick one of your campaigns. So if I want to make a new campaign for my players, I can just go, this is the monster manual. How would they fare against, well, I don't know, Tiamat? Oh, this is a deadly encounter. Yeah, they're level 10. And you can go, yeah, I want my regular table game to fight against Tiamat. Don't mind the name of the campaign. Yeah, and then you can basically go like, yeah, they'll fight Tiamat, and you can actually run the encounter in D&D Beyond. And your players can roll initiative on their characters, and the initiative will be put into this encounter builder on D&D Beyond. Also, there's a secret Cory puppet on my wife's wizard.
Nice.
And yeah, you can auto roll for enemies and then have the encounter running here. So this, I can't ask my players to roll initiative because they won't appreciate my phone call on a Saturday evening, I think. But yeah, you can run the encounter here and you go through the initiative tracker, and if you have NPCs, you have the whole stat sheets for the NPCs available directly in the encounter runner, so you can go like, oh yeah, wait, they forced my Tiamat to make a wisdom save. Well, how did that end? Oh, a 30. Yeah, that checks out. So you can roll your NPCs in the encounter runner because you have the full stat sheet of the NPCs available here. Of course, again, given that you own the NPCs on D&D Beyond.
Now
And
I
the
have
cool-
something. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing I
Uh,
want to
could-
show off because they're
go
currently
ahead.
working on, because that's going to be really nice. They're currently working on a VTT, and it's super bare bones at the moment, where you can add all your player tokens and monster tokens and have the maps from the actual books you own, and you can do Fog of War. That's the blue part. But it's like you paint it on yourself. It's super rudimentary currently. But it works. It's serviceable. It's browser-based. And yeah, as I said, you have access to all your maps you own on D&D Beyond. You can just go like, yeah, I want to take... Or you can have basic maps that are just your own images or random like surfaces where you just go, yeah, I need a grid, right? Or you can grab the maps from the actual campaigns you own. So yeah, I think that's a pretty cool new feature they have.
I do like that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Now, are you running this currently on Chrome or?
that's Opera currently, but it is a Chromium browser. Oh wait, did
Can you
not
get Chrome
load-
extensions?
I think you can, yes.
Because there is a Chrome extension. I was wondering if you wanted to try. It's something that I used to use at the library all the time. That works directly with D&D Beyond.
Oh, I have been using an extension that lets you use D&D Beyond characters in Roll20.
Not quite. That's cool.
Yeah, so what's the extension?
It's called Above VTT. Have you ever heard of that one?
No.
So it's above the words and then VTT.
Let me
I don't know if you want to like. We can try it live. I just did it on mine, and it's like, oh yeah, it still works.
Yeah, let me grab that real quick. Yeah, I added it. That was quick. So what I do?
So now open up one of your campaigns.
Will do. Oh wait, I shared the wrong tab. Wait. That's what I actually wanted to show because the map didn't open up. Yeah, that's the actual map where you have movable tokens
Nice.
and player tokens, and you can do a fog of war, but it's just really painted on. And for the players, basically the blue part is black. And you
Mhm.
can basically have tokens hidden, like you hide them and they're invisible to the players. You can also do your
Very
overlays for your
basic old
spells.
school one.
Yeah, but it's serviceable. Like if you want
Yeah,
your
absolutely.
60-foot cone of cold, there you go. So you know who has to make a save. As I said, it's serviceable. They started adding that and it's currently in beta. And yeah, it's the convenience again. It's a very convenient, super easy to use thing, but the buy-in is pretty high if you don't own the box. The thing is, I started 5th edition digitally, so I own all my 5th edition stuff on D&D Beyond, so for me, it's really an easy choice. But yeah. Yeah, and you said to go to one of my campaigns, right? Let me quickly switch around. And share this tab.
Now there's an above VTT button. You see it up on top?
Yeah.
So click join as DM. Did something open?
Yeah.
I don't see it on the screen.
Wait, I have to switch the tab again because the campaign opens in a different window, or the thingy opens in a different window.
Yeah.
There we go.
So it is a VTT that's built into a Chromium extension. And on the right-hand side, it's integrated with D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
If you go to characters, you'll see the characters. If you double-click them, you can open up the character sheets.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's completely integrated with the D&D Beyond. So I used this in the library for a long time, as well as I used it on Corey's server when I was running it first, because it was free, it was nice, and it integrated into D&D, and you just kind of put down maps, and it has all the standard functions of like a standard VTT. But the
that's
biggest thing,
nice.
like I said, it's free, but it's built in, and it's super. It runs
I
really
mean,
well.
The thing they have with the current map tool they're adding, you also have the whole game log of your campaign, so it does that currently as well. So if you have your players' role stuff, it also shows up here in the sidebar.
Yeah,
So they're
that's cool.
getting there with the onboard things.
Yeah, that wasn't
Not
there when
quite
I was
there
playing.
yet,
So.
but yeah, no, it was. It's a pretty recent thing, and as I said, the map tool is still in beta. But I do like it a lot because I mean, as I said, I don't have physical 5th edition books. I have them all on there, so for me that's just super convenient. And yeah, you can have people join for free. Like if you as a DM have the stuff, you can have your players in there, and they have all the luxury and
Artsy stuff.
everything that you have. Artsy stuff. Also, D&D Beyond also allows homebrewing, so you can have your own homebrew items and everything in there. And yeah, as I said, the encounter builder and initiative tracker was really nice, even for an on-table game, with using D&D Beyond. Because I was mostly playing 5th edition on an actual table, and D&D Beyond was still super nice to have around. Because it also makes nice character sheets. You can check all the characters as a DM. So yeah, I really like D&D Beyond still. But yeah, I think that's everything on DDB. Also, yeah, for some of our future features, there's a great Patreon that's around that lets you export all of your D&D Beyond content to Foundry if you own Foundry. There's a free importer for characters where you can just import your D&D Beyond characters to a Foundry you have. but there's a paid feature that where you have to join the, I think, $5 Patreon. I'll have to look that up. We put that in the article too if we make a write up. Where you can import all the monsters you have and all the campaigns you have into Foundry from D&D Beyond, which is super nice. So you don't have to double buy in Foundry and D&D Beyond.
That is definitely really nice.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that's the thing we talked about before, that a lot of these tools get conversion tools or import-export tools. And it's really nice that the platforms aren't super hostile around that. I think that's really nice. So yeah, that's my bit on D&D Beyond.
Cool. So, I'm gonna do a little bit of an audible here, and I'm gonna go to. I want to actually speak about or get to CompCon, because our next thing was gonna be Hero Forge, but seeing as we're about 5 after, I want to get a decent amount of time into CompCon. We can always come back to Hero Forge later on. So shout out to Hero Forge, definitely good. But we'll get to that. And I figured I'd pass it on to our resident specialist in all things related to Lancer.
Yeah. Love a good Lancer, man.
So Kelth in chat. No, I'm sorry. It's
Damn.
Zan, no.
Damn.
So yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so should I stream it on my end and
Do you have a video ninja or?
no.
Okay. Give me a second. That's already there. Oh. If I click this, does it pop up? Just double checking. Or whose CompCon is being shown at the moment? Because I have no idea.
That would be mine.
Ah, good job, Frax. Frax with the save. So Frax has CompCon open, so feel free, both of you guys. So just to kind of give a heads up, CompCon is the free tool that is used. So the tool is free, and the player-facing rules are free, but the GM rules and some of the extra features you do have to pay for. So it would kind of fall under free and paid, I guess. But I'll let you guys.
So
discuss.
it's not necessarily GM rules. What it really keeps behind lock and key directly. Oh, I guess like the one part that it keeps behind for GMs that are lock and key is NPCs specifically. And then it keeps obviously the one thing that TTRPGs can actually copyright, which is lore and images, right? And so basically it gives you
NPCs are on there. They're in the companion.
it's because you added the core rulebook to it.
Oh, fair enough. But you need that for a lot of the mechs anyway.
If you no, you don't need, like, it has already in there all of the core mechs, right? What it's lacking though is if you add the LCP file to it that specifically says core rule, like the not the free core rule but the paid for one, it'll add the NPCs to the game or add it to CompCon. So, but yeah, it's a first party proprietary thing that's kind of run by the people who actually made Lancers. It's not a fan made thing. It does have community add-ons and stuff like that. But much like Path Builder, it has just about everything you need. It has all the rules. Or it has a little bit more than Pathfinder, because Pathfinder isn't just doesn't have like specific sections on rules, but this has all the rules that you need, quick tabs for that. It splits everything up from frames, which are the mechs, to licenses, which is everything involving those said mechs, all the weapons, um, all of that is in there, and it's specifically in Compendium. And so in Compendium, that's where all that is. All the general player side player, or I guess general usable information that Lancer provides for free. And then we have the pilot roster, which is the kind of like path builder side, where you can actually make your character from the ground up, and then use the said licenses and weapons that you've looked at and put them in there. And you can even add mech art to it as well, and also your player art. Very, very fun. And then it has an encounter toolkit for the DM to kind of set up with all the NPCs, and then you can add more LCPs to it, which are basically files that allow you to have access to more NPCs and stuff like that from third party or first party. And then you can like tweak out like what specifically you want for them. Do you want to give them extra systems, or do you want to give them less systems? And then you can also add art for them in there as well. And then there's the content manager where all the LCP files go into, and also the community layout, where you can actually change the look of CompCon.
Yeah, Frax, you can change the look of CompCon. Horace would
I
like
actually
you to change.
changed it to the Horus one. I'm not entirely sure why it changed to GMS,
The
but it
Horus
did lock me out, so I think it might have fixed that.
So it's at the bottom in content, below content manager and options. Yeah, and then it's theme. It's right. You just looked at it.
Yo, I'm blind.
No, so go back to where you were before.
I'm in the options. Oh yeah,
No. Back.
yeah, I got it.
Oh, you see it? Okay, the stream's behind for me, so.
Yeah. It always is. Like it will change to Horus in a second. It actually changes the fake console you got on the main menu as well.
The Horace one is fun because
Yeah.
it just has all these hackers talking to each other and like leaks.
Yeah.
So
If you go into the Harrison Armory one, it actually has a lot of the Horus people from the Horus theme in there talking in the chat log for Harrison, and being like, "Hey, I'm having an issue with my Mac," and blah 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 blah, and they're like pretending to be Harrison Armory, and you can see a lot of the names from the Horus one actually pop up. The handles pop up more than once.
that's really cool. Like, just like lore or just kind of like a presentation. Like that's always fun.
Oh yeah.
The whole console is like a fake presentation thing, so it's nothing to be scared of, because that might look intimidating, but literally it's doesn't do anything. It's just
No,
there to
it
be
doesn't.
cool.
It'll tell you actually what you hover over. Like if you hover over, like it'll pop up in the chat log. Like if you hover over Compendium and stuff like that, and it'll be like Compendium open, and stuff like that. But besides that, yeah, see. But besides that, if you want to like click on like the actual Compendium and stuff like that, and show like the licenses.
Yeah, I did a few of that in the beginning, but
Oh, okay. Sorry.
here's the big old list. It's a little bigger on mine because I got a lot of third party enabled as well, but it will generally always look like that.
Yeah, you can click on some of those, and then
Yeah,
you can look at them and choose from them, and then you can go and use them to make your character and stuff like that later on.
Yeah, like if I go for the Barbarossa license, for example, it's got 3 levels.
You pick one each time you level up. Then you get these systems like grenades that also double as mines. That's most of them. Siege stabilizers, because the Barbarossa is a siege mech. And the second level, you get the actual mech that you can now play with all of the features, the stats, special abilities it has, which is like a big railgun that's also on his shoulder in the art. It's really cool. And then you get some more systems here, like you get an autoloader drone, you get the flag cannon system. Sorry, gotta make sure I show the vanilla ones here. So the flag cannon system. And on the third level, you get the last bits, which is the siege cannon that it likes to use, and the another reload option. Right, you get two, either a drone or this feats. They're both got pros and cons. Not going to go into that, but like once you got all three levels of that, you can just go to your characters, for example. Like you actually make the selection on your character, and then on the character sheet you have this button Add New Mech. There you can choose any of the ones you got unlocked, and then just you make it, you open it, and then down below here you can add all of the systems you have unlocked up to the point limits. You have the weapon slots here that you can equip with any of the weapons you have unlocked from any mech, by the way. There's none of that is locked to a specific mech. If you got unlocked, you can use it with anything, as long
Only
as it has room.
yeah, as long as it's this right size. It's
Yeah.
it's fun because it helps organize. Comcom helps organize that because that could be there's a lot of information.
Yeah.
Um,
But like, for example, if I quickly delete this weapon, if I click a slot now, it shows me that's an auxiliary slot. It shows me all of the auxiliary weapons I got unlocked. The red ones are unlocked by default, and I get this one from the license that I got unlocked on this build.
yeah, those icons on the left are the manufacturers, so
Yeah.
you'll be able to tell where you get it from. So yeah, it's fun because it is kind of so imagine, I guess the best way to that I wrap my head around it, it's like every license is like it's almost like a subclass or a class or something of a sort, and there's 3 stages, so it's like you kind of you unlock things as you're going, and because okay, there's just 3 stages and you can level up to 12 times, is it? License level 12 is the max?
Yeah.
Yeah, license level 12 is
Um,
maximum.
Yeah, you're going to be getting stuff from multiple like mechs or multiple licenses eventually. So it's kind of like you're mixing and matching and creating your own specific play style. Like you want to grab the sniper rifle off of this thing, put it on this mech because it has this feature and you can do this, and you can do all sorts of really cool. And yeah, Compcom really helped me wrap my head around it because I'm like, oh, I see. This is how many spots I have left for my systems. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. So
I like to describe it to people that know D&D, which is most TTRPG players. Let's be honest. As imagine that D&D had a max level of 12. All of the classes only had 3 levels, so you have to multi-class.
yeah,
That's basically what it comes down to. And then yeah, you could swap some class features with each other and then make it complicated like that. But at its core, that's sort of what it is.
also yeah, shout out to Kel for the mech art right there. So
Yes, this is genuine Celt art.
so
It looks so cool.
but one of the things that I'm sure Mel, Mel, you were going to go over is the tools for GMs, which is really nice in Capcom.
It is very, very nice in
Yes,
Capcom.
the
Um,
kits.
And of all people, it's perfect for Fraxtu because you're not currently GMing, so you don't have
Yeah.
NPCs that you need to hide.
This is
So-
empty.
So you go to what you do is you go to like NPC roster is like the one that I usually use.
Okay, NPC roster.
Yeah, you're on it, and then you just click add new NPC.
Oh yeah, and I can go like I want to have a controller.
Let's do.
Yeah,
Let's make an Uber
yeah.
witch.
Let's
Okay, let's
make an ultra witch.
No, let's not make it too complicated. We don't want to scare people.
Oh, okay.
Let's just keep it basic. Let's see.
let's-
That's a mullet one, so let's go with cons. That's also a mullet one.
let's go with the
I have a lot
assault.
of third-party stuff.
Go with a striker assault. That's like one
Yeah,
of the.
striker assault, very
It's
basic, just
in-
straight up infantry.
It's
but
basic, not the weakest. It's probably one of the best,
Yeah.
but it's still a basic one. It's a
Let's
mech that
see.
has a gun that shoots. If you've seen Gundam, you know the mechs that are being blown
it's a
up by the
regular
Gundam.
it's a regular Gundam mech.
There's so many options.
Uh,
I know none of these. I've never GM'd, so tell me which one I click.
assault.
So yeah, if you just type in so it should be assault. If you type in the search bar above,
I don't have assaults.
if you type in
Oh, you might not have the.
the
Do you
search
not
bar.
have the? I don't think he has.
I have the core rulebook,
You don't know, he doesn't have the
which
core
is
rule.
ironic.
Okay, so just go in, go back in there, grab, go to.
You're not gonna have
uh,
any of the basic ones. You're not gonna have any of them. See, this is what I meant, by the way, is if you don't have the core rule book, the
Yeah.
paid for one, you're not gonna gain access. Everything you see is third party.
Yeah, which does add
Um,
a lot of options, really cool ones like this nightmare. Would be a nightmare to fight those.
I think
um,
you actually did. Is that go to the weapon of nightmare? Let me see.
A weapon?
Yeah, scroll down so I can read it.
Right here. Space
It's-
features, space trait. Where's the weapon?
It's the first. Does it have
Oh,
a
yeah, main
weapon?
melee. Inductive talents.
oh yeah, I remember this.
Mhm.
Uh,
So I don't know. Pick Trigger Man and Striker. That one's kind of a basic. It's a
oh, Pistolero. Do you have Pistolero? Pick Pistolero.
No, I don't think.
No.
so.
It should be a controller.
Nope.
N-
Nope, no pistol.
nothing.
no
do
Trigger
have
Trigger
Triggerman.
Man. Trigger Man, yeah, pick Trigger Man.
See, and then same as with the mechs, you get the stats for the enemy. You
Right.
get their basic weapon and the systems and abilities that they have,
Yeah.
which are very different from player mechs. The
Yeah.
mod is different for them.
So just to kind of just to move on so that we can go through, just go to add a Trigger Man. Should be
There
on
you go.
the. Yep. Now
The
when you
new
click on the
Triggerman
Trigger
element.
Man, yep. So click on it, and it should tell you its stats, and then
Yep.
it gives you the ability where it says templates. Where as a GM you can add templates, you can change. So what templates are? They add little features which are like feats, so you can customize it, make it a little tougher, or stronger, do different things.
Yeah, like a
So
like this Triggerman a champion.
yeah.
You can just
So
assign champion template, then it gets all of these features.
so it's a really handy way for as a DM to just go around and like, okay, I want to make a Trigger Man that's a champion and like a veteran or something. Whatever. I'm just randomly picking things, and then you can then pick features, and then the features show up. So yeah. So John Trigger Man, amazing. So
You can
but
even change their type. Like by default, it's a mech, but if you want to use it as a ship, you can.
I don't
You need to
I,
change the arts, but it currently has no arts, so meh.
I don't think it changes any stats, but it's good to you can
It's
actually
just for flavor. Like if you
there-
wanna have them fight spaceships, you make it a spaceship.
you can make it like a turret and then turn it into like an object if it doesn't move.
Yeah.
But yeah, so just for saving time though, because we are getting close, we're 5 minutes to 3:30, and just giving you a heads up for all of you guys, especially Mel, because I know you have food soon, so
Yeah.
I don't want to hold you up too long. I just wanted to kind of give you that heads up. If we want, we can kind of move from CompCon because definitely a fantastic tool. I do want to give the floor to Fantasy Grounds since Jordan's here as well, and kind of move on. And as for Mel, if you do have to dip because food is calling you, we appreciate you. Don't worry. We hopefully covered enough, and we'll be definitely seeing you a lot more join us on our Sunday streams if you want, because always welcome. So the floor is yours, Jordan. I believe if you are set to kind
I
of
am
go
all
over
set.
some of so thank you again, Mel and Frax, for going over CompCom. Sorry I sped things along. I just wanted to kind of get moving so we are good on time.
Yeah, all good.
Alrighty, am my screen going?
Your screen is up. I see Fantasy Grounds.
All right, so this is the main section here for Fantasy Grounds. It is a lot. It's one of the. It's not as widely used as, say, Foundry. One of the initial reasons for that one was because of the initial price that it was. It was one of the most that's a caveat. One of the most expensive systems to get into use. I purchased it mainly because they dropped the price. It now has 3 set prices. So this is a paid system. The first one is free. So it does have a free demo trial game that anyone can load up. It has a preset list of rules here if you were to go here and create a campaign. It does come with the SRDs loaded for Core RPG, Cypher, Fate, Pathfinder, 2nd and 1st edition, and D&D 2nd E to 5th E. These are loaded on there. They are the SRDs. They are not the main books, but those rule sets are in there. With this, then you can connect basically to other GMs who are doing games on Fantasy Grounds, and you can play and you can participate as a player. Your GM options are limited with Fantasy Grounds for the free system, but you can join other games as a player. There is multiple server types, cloud and LAN, and you can set, of course, it to a public or private server. I, of course, have it on here because it is one of the better systems for using for Savage Worlds, which I will load up. Basically, with my, I will load my current campaign that I have there. Most of the campaigns can be on their cloud, but you also can import them to your computer. So disk space is mainly based on your computer. And what you have in your files loaded on here, it will basically create an instance or and upload it to the cloud that can be shared. With Fantasy Grounds, the second price tier before I get into there is $20. That is a full lifetime subscription. With the $20 system, you do have full access as a GM, and you can play with other players at the $20 level, and they can have access to all of your books you purchase as the GM. You do need to purchase the main core books, although they do have some of the other modules and stuff in that inside. You can import images and basically, as I will show you, tables and items and story elements from modules into your VTT, or you can handwrite them in. You will need to get the core books because once you have access to the core books, the rules will be pulled here into the system. As you can see, as I've opened the Savage Worlds one, we have Benny's. If you are familiar with Savage Worlds, everything is set in here. The card deck, the dice that can be rolled here. Whoop. And it will count the system in there. But you can load your modules here. The things that I really like about this one, not to really take up too much time, is that you can actually link tables. Here I have my party was going to basically go to a grand ball, and these are different people that they could meet, and you actually can attach these lists that you can create, these tables, to a major instance, and then just click on them, and it will auto roll on the table for you. You can include them with your story elements here on the side in your NPCs. You would just basically need to load up your story, and you can let it basically rip. It actually will import, if you go to like a character, it will import, so if we go here, with this one, basically all of your skills and feats that are attached in the books, and then you would just drag and drop them on your character sheet, and you can click on them for reference. Let's see. I don't know if I have any player archetypes loaded up. So this is a friend's character that I have right here. I just am going to add him. And then I can basically use his character sheet and roll on that one, add him to the party. And then he will be located in the party system. It also does combat trackers. And the other thing that I really like here too is that it comes with not only battle maps that you can import, you can buy them from the Fantasy Grounds store, or you can import your own images, or you can import parts of images and load them in here and create your own campaign map. This is with the grid that I have loaded on there. You can, of course, take this down, and you can kind of see I kind of made this just using a bunch of different templates that they had, barrels and stuff like that. I kind of made my own warehouse that I and then you of course have basically like a customized paint and what am I thinking of? Photoshop kind of thing that you can do here with this one in order to create your own maps that you can need. And it also has a quick map generator here for encounters as well. Should you just get into a random encounter with your NPCs?
That's something that I think, at least out of the box, is really cool feature that I don't have on Foundry. I'm sure Foundry has a module for it. I just haven't found one that doesn't like cause my computer to explode. So.
Yeah. The thing with, I will say, Fantasy Grounds over Foundry is a lot of the stuff is built in with it. You can't do a lot of the modifications that you can with, say, Foundry, but you definitely can. There's definitely a lot of stuff that you can pull out of the box and just basically play around with. So I can add here. You can add layers, of course, import images into there. Where is kind of my... I've been playing around with this for a while. I'm kind of learning it. You here can have your own images that you can import for character portraits. Here's my NPC folder, and you can link them to who are, important characters and who are not. And I have kind of the... Oh, that's not a one I'm going to do. Here's one. I kind of had this gentleman right here who I've imported from a video game, if you all are familiar with that one. And you can import all of your own images and image files and stuff like that into the game. And it works very, very smoothly. You can also import sounds if you want some music playing in the background. You can import other modifications in here. You can import, like I said, you can do your own tables. And if you don't like something, you want to add something or modify anything, say whether you're doing 5th edition and you want to add your own custom made thing in there, you of course can just do it yourself. And there's no real thing preventing you from doing that kind of stuff. And I've come to actually enjoy this one. I haven't really... I'm still working out a lot of the kinks and everything with it too, but from everything I've seen, this is a fantastic system, and it's actually reasonably priced now. So the final one, the Ultimate Edition, which I forgot to mention, is $50. And that one you can your players don't have to buy the game, and you can just play with free NPCs. You can just host your own.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. That's the big key feature with it now too, is the GM pays $50, and then anyone who wants to play for free can basically sign up. You just got to basically remember the link to your game that you create and send that out to them.
Yep, kind of like found that.
That's the thing that Foundry does right there, is that only one person has to pay for everyone else, and that's what initially pushed me away from Fantasy Ground when I was looking at a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
That's amazing to see. That's the right way to move to things. Players shouldn't be forced to buy anything.
Yeah.
in the first place.
Yeah,
um,
so they basically capitulated and basically went, okay. From what I understand is they kind of were identifying that they were gonna get they were in direct competition with Foundry, and this was the thing that Foundry was offering, and the price point became a really big issue with them. A lot of people were basically saying how they liked how it was very simple in order to get into use, and there's tons of videos for it, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Produced by people who work for Fantasy Grounds to use their system. And they realized that the price point was really, really pushing people off from them, and that more people were who wanted, to pay for something that were going towards Foundry, so they dropped the price point across the board. So now their price point is basically the same as Foundry's.
Yeah, because I think I talked about my Shadowrun campaign when I showed off Chummer. When that started, Fantasy Grounds existed, but their pricing was even more egregious. That's why I dropped it. It was super attractive from the looks of it, but Shadowrun has a ton of splat books. So we're talking about a really, really, really hefty price point, because back then everybody would have had to have everything.
Mm,
So that would have been factually hundreds of dollars for a party.
yeah, and
That
the other
was
cool
an insane price point.
The other cool thing is too is when you have the books, so I can see here, I can open it. I actually can set what books my player characters can see and what books I can see. That's
Oh,
linked
that's
into the
good.
module.
That's cool.
So if there are
You can do that in
like
Bundle too.
and you can do this also with the characters and stuff like that as well. If they haven't met one of these NPCs yet that I have here, I can just turn it off. And so they don't see they'll see the picture and a base description that I have of the NPC, but they will not know anything about him. So I can click this here unidentified button, and it's just going to give them this description of him and that picture. It will give them no other statistics or information about him until
That's
they
cool.
engage with that NPC.
Yeah.
So one other really nifty thing that it does here too is you can see that there's this type box in here that you can chat into. You actually can set the language based on the module that you can load, and you of course can add your own. There are different languages that the game recognizes. So if you were to say set this to Elvish and then type a message in there, it will produce the message in Elvish. Now, if you have a player character who speaks Elvish, they will not see the message in Elvish, they will see the message in English because they can speak it.
Brandon,
And all of your other characters,
don't you dare say this. Not yet.
yeah, and all the other characters who don't speak Elvish can't read that message. It will just appear in Elvish.
So,
So-
this is a Bob notes. I'm gonna make a mental note of that because that's absolutely something I do want to show off when it comes to the differences between Foundry and Fantasy Grounds, because that's actually super. Because if I'm not mistaken, that is built in, correct?
Correct.
So
Yeah, all of the like Foundry is great, and the more they've added to the game, they're actively adding more and more and more, and even taking people's mods and being like, hey, we'd like to turn your mod into a key feature of the game, and they keep on pushing the boundaries, which is love that, and it's open source and love that.
Yeah.
But having all of this baked in at the start is also very, very nice. And seeing that they're basically running the same Foundry pay model now is, yeah, that is great. I mean, for people who kind of just want like an out of the box experience, this seems like the best out of the box. Here's all my things. Here's all the things I can do. And instead of like Foundry, where you do have to tinker with it a lot, and you do have to
Yeah.
get to know the system quite thoroughly. Otherwise, you'll seriously limit yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's one of the things I like this. And there is, by the way, I will also say there is a modding community. They also do use the Forge, basically for their main community for forums, basically finding games and mods. And there are free and pay mods. that they have set up as a system. So some people, when you can pay for someone's mod, and other mods you can just go and get for free and load them into the game as well. Most of the files for the game are on your computer. And then the other thing too that I will say is this also directly links to Steam. And I
Yes.
do know from talking with one of my good friends who has a Steam account on has the game system. He can run Fantasy Grounds via his game
Heck.
system.
Ooh,
Yeah.
nice. I was gonna say, can you run it on the Steam Deck or whatever? It's the
Yes,
little-
yes. Rich can run it on the Steam Deck.
That
Wow.
is nice.
Wow,
That is
that's
cool because Steam Deck has an HDMI port, so you can put it on the big screen for your players in the living room. That's cool.
Okay. I'm impressed by that. That's pretty good. So but yes, that was the biggest thing, the price point, and now that that's changed, it's like, okay, now Fantasy Grounds is coming around, coming into the ring swinging, and
Yeah.
and that's good. It's good. It's competition.
Yeah.
It's great. Roll20 is doing some good stuff, RT stuff. Fantasy Grounds is trying to be more competitive, and Foundry is doing what it normally does as well. So they're all really good options.
And I don't know
options
if
is
you
always
I don't know if you just saw what I did there, Rain. It basically this is this, like I said, the Savage World system in there, and the Savage World system is a little bit different from D&D.
Yeah.
If I go into my player characters one, I can actually set the type of dice that they roll and the actual modifiers to it based on the attacks that I have already pre-listed.
Ooh.
And it actually auto-calculated. There's what's called basically exploding dice in Savage Worlds when you hit the
Exploding
main
dice, yeah.
number. It auto-calculated and auto-re-rolled the exploding dice for me.
Yeah, yeah,
So here we'll go again.
cool.
So
So
yep. And that is, and you can just take your bennies off the sheet and everything. And that right there is Fantasy Grounds. Kind of a brief overview of it. There are many free videos online of people explaining all the different stuff they are able to do with it. And some of the guys creating maps, because you can do blending, you can do multiple kinds of techniques that you could do with Photoshop with their basically map token pieces. Some of the maps that I've seen created are just beautiful. And there's a community for basically map creation with Fantasy Grounds as well. I want to give them a shout out.
nice. Yeah, it's always good to see a community that builds up around like that, because the things that they produce, a lot of times they just offer it for free, or or for pittance, like nothing. And it's nice to see, like, because then you can use that for your own games. But that's a wonderful segue into Foundry. Because we have Fantasy Grounds. We spoke about Roll20 earlier. We have Fantasy Grounds now. And I do have Foundry opened up on my screen. So Foundry is the competitor, another competitor to it. And the thing I wanted to remember is you were mentioning the built-in language thing, where like you can speak a different language, and if you don't know it, your character doesn't know it. That is not a feature in Foundry. That is something that you actually have to go in, and this is terrifying. I know I'm scrolling through a lot of stuff. Just bear with me. I don't have a problem. You do. But there is a module called Polyglot that does this. So essentially, this is the module that will give that feature, which is a feature that has been used in our Tuesday campaign and has had hilarious results. So, but yes, so the way Foundry works, once you buy the game, mostly everything here is free. There are paid modules. There are paid, for example, the Savage Worlds. You do have to pay for it. And I'm just clicking to update the module, so it updates. And many of these modules are free, but you can pay for. But what you normally do is this is gonna be blank. As a DM, you pick install system, and then you just have a list of all these systems that you can go through. Some official, some unofficial. As you can tell, there are 307 different systems. Some of them might be content packs, like additions to certain systems or part of a group. And then you kind of just go in. There's a couple of like low fantasy, like there's like generic systems that people have made. You get to go in there and you can just start up a game with no modules. But then there's also the modules, which what I normally do is I hit update, and a lot of things update because there's a lot of modules. And oh no, there's more dependencies, which means there's more modules being added. So this can be a little bit overwhelming and daunting. And I will admit that this is like one of the things that can be a positive and or negative, the setup time for Foundry, in terms of the initial, can be scary. If you don't know what you're looking for, if you don't know what kind of things you need, it can be difficult. The good thing is there's a lot of guides and there's a huge community that kind of like, hey, these are the top 5 modules you need to run this, or these are the ones you should.
Just to interject here, you don't need anything on the add-on
Oh.
modules page. It works perfectly fine
Yeah, it
without.
works. Yeah, because I'm going to show. So I do have Savage Worlds. It has a lot of similar features to what you shown, Jordan. But some of those are extra things that I've downloaded, but a lot of built-in features. I have a Pathfinder 2nd edition. Migration that has no modules at all. Nada. Just the Pathfinder module. So I'm just going to kind of go through it real quick as a game master. And this is the Pathfinder module. You have the settings and all that. Everything's on the right-hand side. Here you have the little things. You have a way of adding maps. So I wanted to kind of do something live. So what I wanted to do live is kind of give a shout out to another map tool, because we've talked about Foundry a bunch, so I don't need to go over super details. I'll do a little bit of like GM tools, but I want to see if I can get my Video Ninja or my video thing to pick up something. Okay. I want to get it to pick up. How do I change screens? Because I don't have that button here. Hold on.
If you want to change app screen, you go on the Video Ninja video, click the screen button once, and then pull it up again. And it lets you select a new application window.
I don't have that. Hold on. I'll stop sharing for a second while I do this. I apologize. Black screen share. Okay. Everything stopped working. Cool. Anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a new link, Artsy, to yeah, I'm going to give you a new link. Because what I'm going to do here, I'm going to send this to, that's not what I want, is I'm going to also talk about Dungeon Alchemist real quick. I was going to quickly make a Dungeon Alchemist map, just like literally just a square box. We're gonna make a Core's house in Shrouded, and then we're just gonna import it into
Wow.
It's
import
not
it into
wrong.
Comic. I mean, you did say it earlier. That's the only reason I said that. And
Instead of been doing that in the past, I'm gonna blow you away on Sunday. You'll see.
okay, we'll see. So Dungeon Alchemist, they actually were on our stream the other day. They gave us a little bit of a visit, so definitely a shout out. It is a this is a paid tool, just as Foundry is. Dungeon Alchemist is, I think, currently in early access. At the moment, it's about $45. So but it does have a lot of features. So what it has, you start a map, you just go here, create a new map. You can pick the size, and then you can make a map. If you don't want to, you can browse maps, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, I would say hundreds of maps that people have made, that you can just kind of download and pick. So it's really easy even if you don't want to take the time to make a map, or you want to just grab something really fast. But how it works is it's a map making tool that also is kind of integrated with a little bit of AI. But it has all these rooms and tools that you can quickly kind of like, I want to have. So this is Core's house. So we're obviously going to pick Crypt, and we're going to pick Dungeon.
Oh my god.
And then each one of these squares is like a 5-foot square on the thing. So we just do like, I don't know, we'll do a 7x7. And you can make adjustments. Hey, I want to make it a little wide, like want to make this curved, whatever. And then you hit this. Then it goes, it thinks, and then it makes, to its best of its ability, adding random things which are items and lights. Now you can turn off a lot of this and just basically have it just make the floor plan and not have any items installed into it. And you can add those manually on the sidebar. But just for sake of saving time, we're going to say that there is a brewery at the back of this crypt for whatever the F reason. So there's a brewery that goes up ladder that goes up into somehow into the crypt, and you can adjust those. There's a door. Then there's a kitchen where they make the food, and we're just kind of doing something really quick. And then there is a hallway.
I like that it
That-
automatically furnishes the entire thing. That makes it so good.
Yeah, so and again, you can turn that off. You can, if you want to furnish it yourself, you can. You can add doors manually and whatever, but yeah. And
Yeah,
then
you can
we're
just
gonna have,
edit it after the fact too, like have it furnish it
yep.
itself and just add your own after.
So now we have kind of like a makeshift. This is like a small tavern whose entrance is set up themed to be some sort of a crypt, or if we're just like, you know what, we don't need it to be the crypt. We're gonna do like an actual restaurant in my city that has like a brewery that you walk into, and I actually took Artsy there. And you walk through the brewery to get to your seating, which is really cool. So there's a little bit of a brewery, and boom, like okay. And then of course, just to see if it can handle this, latrine. Communal pooping has just been
Yeah.
added.
Yeah.
So there you go. So in that quick amount of time, I've made like somewhat of a map. Of course, again, it's just quickly added. You can add like, oh, you know, an extra table. So I want to like toss in, I don't know, let's go to objects. Oh, these are people. Objects, let's do, I want to do a, no, do Let's see library theme. Let's do music. Let's have there be like some sort of weird orchestration thing that plays music when you go over here. And then a couple of like chairs by the fireplace. Okay, so I just added something. I'm gonna do, I don't know, decorations. I'm not gonna spend it. Let's see. Where did I see decorations? I'm gonna do a small carpet. Okay, there, boom. I added it. All right, so now you go file, you export, and then you can do Foundry export. There's different export, Universal VTT, Roll20, above VTT. They actually do above VTT exports, which means you'll have the lights and corners, which is nice. You can do it as image. You can do it order for print, whatever. I'm just going to do a Foundry. I'm not going to put grid, but it does automatically scale the grid. So I export. I'm going to save this, my downloads. Okay, so my map export is complete. So now if I can figure out, because I have about 50 windows open, go to this one here. Well, this should now switch to Foundry. Okay. So now I create a scene. I'm just going to call it scene. I'm not going to really name it anything. I click here and I click import. So when I get import, you want to do the import first, because what this ends up doing is it ends up putting in the walls and the lighting. And then the next thing you do is configure, go to background, and then I'll do uploads, maps, choose file. I pick this one map, boom, boom, save changes. And now the map is here with working doors and also with working lights. And just like that, you can just make yourself a little bit of a map. So I figured I'd shout out Dungeon Alchemist as a tool. I think it's a fantastic tool. It's really cool if you need to make something, and it's a good basis for what you want. And some people have made crazy multi-floored cathedrals and gone super all out. And then, you go in here and I'm like, okay, I'm going to grab, I don't have any of the modules, but I'm just going to grab, I don't know, a barista, because why not? Import. Now there's a barista here. So without the modules and whatnot, you have the basics. Everything is here. You can roll. The barista is going to punch somebody. It has the thing that rolls a number, damage. It's all in there. It functions. It does what it needs to do. You making a character, it's available. So it's not a huge shift in things, but then there's like this entire list of modules that you can add. This is where it gets, a little bit nutty depending on what you're looking for. My list is super long, but I usually import a list of things that I need or follow some guides, and I made myself a little bit of a guide. But you can add things where it automatically adds pictures, it adds functionality to the role. It makes it easier to make characters. So because, for example, if you're making a player character, you actually have to go through and actually, like make it individually and pick the feats and all that. So it's still pretty handy. You want to just make a, whatever. You pick a class and everything. It's on here. And because Pathfinder 2nd Edition, the SRD, like they're not like an SRD, it's like the rules are available. You get basically everything that's available in the current edition. And then when you pick a swashbuckler, for example, you pick the kind of like style that you want. So then you pick this. You got a swashbuckler. Then you can edit the languages. You can edit your stats, and so some of you who play know this. And then that it's pretty simple. And then as a DM, the tools I can make this barista and I can configure and make the players observers. So now if they were a player and they go into this, they'll see the barista there, and if they're an observer, they can see some of his feats or some of his options. Then I can change so that he's neutral. He's not going to provide flanking bonuses because he's nearby, or a party so that he does provide like bonuses, or he gets the buffs that you guys get. Or opposition, which is of course the opposite side. So that's basically the basis of what I wanted to show off with when it comes to Dungeon Alchemist. I'm not going to go too in depth because again, we've had Dice So Nice is not on, so we don't have the fancy dice on screen. Again, that's like a lot of these are little modules that you have to add. So here's I'm just gonna pull up the Savage Worlds one because it's just you had mentioned Savage Worlds, or you ran Savage Worlds. So we have the Savage Worlds integration, and all the different modules are all set up. So like for example, I do have like Adira, and I do have like Nalaya. We actually played around a little bit, and it does do the thing, Jordan, where when you roll, so you can do like the unarmed strike.
Nice.
So you can actually roll. You can actually choose attack options here. So if you're like, hey, I want to do, it's a desperate attack or a called shot, or it's multi-actioned, or like the different things, they do have like the situational things, which is really cool. And then so that shows it's a check mark. So it shows it's a success. So it rolls, and with fantasy rounds, not fantasy rounds, with Savage Worlds, when you hit, you hit without a thing. So boom, it rolls. And then it tells you a bandit hit AP, and then I mark, and boom, I get incapacitated. So I punched out a bandit in one punch. But it does like a lot of that integration. It tells you damage for one wound and whatnot. So it's pretty cool. It does a lot of the systems, but again, all these really cool features, but it took a little bit of time of setting up because there are modules that I did kind of put in. Not as many as the Pathfinder. I did add Pathfinder for Savage Worlds because I do like the Pathfinder for Savage World system, but yeah. So but I think that's really all that I'm really going to talk about. Not Savage Worlds, Pathfinder, or not Pathfinder, Foundry, because I have talked about Foundry a ton. I did do a kind of a walkthrough of making encounters with Mega and Soulsy a couple months back, and I think it's nice to spotlight the other systems. Also, we're running on time. I do want to end on a decent time. So unless anyone else has any questions in regards to the system, we'll kind of move on
things,
and maybe see about wrapping up. Does it sound good for you guys?
Yeah, the things that we had a few couple nice tools and other things on our list. We're gonna put that on our website so you can read up on those. We had a few things we still wanted to show,
Right.
but we'll put that in a write up on our page, I think, including
Yeah.
all the links where you can get the software, the free stuff, the paid stuff, and all the info you need on short to again be reminded what we showed off today. I think we're gonna put that all together.
Yeah.
And the one thing I want to mention for Foundry is Foundry has partnered with a lot of systems and publishers, so you can actually, if you wanna invest a bit, you can get official modules and adventures that are
Yes,
all
yeah.
already pre-made, look really
Pretty much.
nice. So if you have more time on more money on your hand than time, which is a thing that some people have, that's a way to go too. So you don't have to get too deep into the system. You can just get the rule books for a system made for Foundry. They look really nice for most systems, and a starting adventure, and just run those with all the bells and whistles that you can develop your own with a lot of time.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
also
So
very nice.
it's super cool. Yep. It also does the automatic shaking. So when you hit someone for shaking, so it's really nice. But yeah. It's definitely a VTT that you get out as much as you put in if you want to, but it also does have like a baseline where it does function. It's not like, oh, it's bad without spending all this extra time. That's not really true. You can play it right out the box. I think right out the box, something like a Fantasy Grounds and I dare say like Roll20 might have like a lot of like it just works kind of out of the box with the extra bells and whistles, but you can get those with just a little bit of effort with Foundry and a little bit more and customize it, which is why I like it. Because everybody here knows I'm obsessed with mods and modding. So
Everybody that watched the stream for the last 50 minutes knows.
yeah, sorry.
No,
Oops.
it's fine.
No, you're not.
But yeah, that is my little spiel. Hopefully I did a little bit of justice there to Dungeon Alchemist. And one of the things I'm going to say is I know, like you mentioned, Corey, that there's other things that we didn't get to. We could absolutely just do kind of like a small little hour-long kind of like a stream or recording, and then kind of just post it up on the website, and then just have it available and just link it.
You
People can
can put
watch.
it on the
So,
YouTube.
if we want to do another stream on this, I think we could show off all the interplay between the different systems.
Yeah, that'd be really
Like
that'd be really
how you
cool.
get your D&D Beyond character into a Foundry, how you make tokens with the other tools we didn't get to, how you get a map into Foundry or any of the other systems, and show a bit how those things like interact, because we've alluded to that, but we didn't really get into it. Maybe we can show that off in a like short
Yeah.
stream or pre-recorded thing. That would be nice.
Yeah, that'd be nice because I tried to do a little bit of that with the Dungeon Alchemist, so hopefully that was kind of cool
Yeah.
for people watching that. Also,
more like that. That was what I'm getting at. That would be
Yeah.
nice.
also, I don't know if Zan's still here, but he did want me to
Yeah, I'm
show
here.
off. He did want
I'm
me to
here.
show off one more multiverse, and its system and all that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to show. This is for Blades in the Dark. So it's a nice little thing. This is just a little teaser of things that can be done, but it's really cool. I don't want to go too far into it because we're short on time and whatnot. So I'm just going to
Another thing for the website.
another thing for the website. But yeah. So I'm done with my spiel. Does anyone have anything else to add? The floor is yours if you want to kind of do some final or whatever. Because like I said, I do want to make sure that we end on a pretty appropriate time for all of us.
Do we have like 3-5 more minutes? Because I have one thing that is still on the docket that I adore
Yeah,
and have
absolutely.
been using for
Absolutely.
ages.
Go
It's
for
a
it, yeah,
shout out to a Patreon I've been using, but they have a lot of free assets. It's
Yeah.
a site or a Patreon called Printable Heroes, which is really cool for getting tokens. If we can share my screen, I think that
if you're
should
gonna
be
get
on
it.
there. So what the Printable Heroes site does, it has 2D miniatures for dungeon tiles and monsters and basic PC templates. Like if I go for Bard, they have bards in different races, and those are just tokens you can print. And as I said, it's a Patreon, but there's a lot of tokens that are free, and you can have them as PNGs, ready as tokens for VTT or as PDFs. And that's a nice thing again for table games. This is a printable PDF where you can go like, yeah, I need one bard. or I need 2 bards, or I need 3 bards. And this page is macroed, so you can just send this to a printer and it will only print these 3. And what you get if you print that... Oh wait, it didn't switch to the actual PDF. Yeah, that's what I was showing off. Basically, it's a macro PDF where you can activate and deactivate the tokens that you want to print. So you can print the amount that you need on one sheet of paper. And yeah, as I said, a lot of the assets are free, and some are available for a pretty affordable Patreon tier.
Mhm.
And how they've been doing it, they basically do color prints of these standees and cut them out and use it for actual tables. It looks like this then. But you can also use them for your VTTs. And that's a really cool resource to get basically most of the monsters you have available. And I like it because it's a nice cartoony style and it's a consistent style to have your NPCs in. And I think they even have integration for a some kind of I don't know what it was, like some kind of home device that cuts the minis out of a sheet of like plastic, so you can have really nice standees. That they've also integrated that into their page. So if you have, it's a thing pretty similar to the 3D printer, but it uses sheets. So yeah, you can get really cool minis and tokens for your actual table or for your VTT. And as I said, a lot of the assets are free and some are paid. And it's a really cool resource for tokens and tiles that I've been personally using for years. So yeah, I wanted to give a shout out to Printable Minis, and that's it for me. Printable Heroes, sorry.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah. That's actually such a cool, like, really well thought out page, and it's a cool little
Yeah,
system.
and
It's nice.
if you don't have a nice color printer at home, take the PDFs to your friendly local library.
Yeah, like it.
And have them help out.
We definitely have done a lot of prints. We've had people come in for like printing out, like, hey, I want to print out my BattleTech character sheets, and I'm like, hey, speaking of, do you play da 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 da? So it's really cool. So awesome, cool shout out. Jordan, Frax, Mel, any
I'm good.
final shout outs?
I have things I want to say.
Mel, I see
I'm
you're still
good.
here. Jordan,
Raid. No, never mind.
God,
Well, what?
I was
That's
about
it.
to make.
I'm about to send you back to lobby. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
How's it feel? See?
no,
Sends you all
be
back
a
to lobby.
bit-
Blessings of raid.
speaking of though, we do need to raid. So
Yes.
I was shopping around and I saw that Little Nicto is playing Bloodborne. So I am biased and I do want to raid Bloodborne, but we need a message.
Oh, PC Bloodborne. Someone actually got access to the files and did a bit of a mod.
Yeah, I know. That's why, like, here, I've heard those rumors. I am salivating at the moment. So I don't know if we have a message. Maybe tools of the trade raid or something.
I like
Nerd
trade
raid?
raid. It
Trade-
rhymes. It
Trade
rhymes.
Trade raid. Nerd trade raid. No, we could go with nerd raid. That makes sense because we are the Cross the Horizon Nerdcast, so we should be on brand for that. So without much else, I definitely appreciate everyone who have been watching. Oh my God, Kelth, except for Kelth. Actually, you know what?
It's a witty idea. Don't knock Cal.
Okay, I actually reread it. I'm like, you know what? That's creative. You get the bonus. Tools of the T raid. Yeah,
no, I'm
we're
in
going
favor.
with that one. I like that one. Kelsey, you get yourself. I'm doubling your pay. And don't say I don't pay you, because if I do, I'm tripling it. So thank you guys for being a part of the ATH Nerdcast. We do stream every Sunday, Tuesday, and occasionally Wednesday. And bye-bye. I had my thing. All right.
Fantastic.
I was gonna hit the button myself, but
Oriana's
okay.
fraction.
Cool, that
A
works.
pleasure to have you all on board. Thank you. Dassy made
Hey.
Yeah, you
No,
give
I-
it time.
No, I always do Raid
Oh.
browser because Raid browser opens up the thing where I can see what they're
Great.
doing.